declare open this meeting of the Governance Committee. Now, I just want to make sure her worship is in touch with us.
Hello.
Good morning, Rachel.
Good morning, Ian.
I hope that you're well and fine at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Absolutely.
The weather in Nelson is brilliant, and I presume it is in Perth.
It's dark at the moment, so I don't know, but I think it's a lovely day. It's been all week.
Right. Well, welcome to our meeting from Perth.
Thank you.
We have a number of things to consider today. We have a very, very big agenda. And I want to firstly note that the Chief Executive is not here. He's not well this morning, so Nikki, on my right, is Acting Chief Executive. I did want to congratulate the Chief Executive and the staff on the reports that have been prepared for today's meeting. We've got some pretty complex matters that we're dealing with, and I think they're very well written reports. It is such a long agenda. I'm going to ask members and everyone to, if possible, restrict your questions to one. So think well and hard about what you want to ask about, because I'm trying to make sure that we run this as sufficiently as possible. I want to welcome Nathaniel. Where is he? Nathaniel? Here we are, Nathaniel. You're becoming a regular attender here. It's lovely to have you. There are no apologies. Now, the order of business is going to be a little bit jumping around a little bit. We have requests for some of the people in the confidential section to come early for good reason, so we're going to be coming in and out of the public meeting as appropriate to be able to cover these things. Reminding everybody, of course, that the camera up there is live streaming. So when you're speaking, please turn your microphone on. When you're finished, please turn it off. As we have been over recent times, we'll be displaying the recommendations on each report as they come up on the screen on my left. And if there are changes, amendments, whatever to that, they will show on the right-hand screen. So just on this flexibility that we're going to need to have to cover the business today and meet all the requirements of everyone, we're going to be going into a confidential meeting at 9:30 for the CFIS people to be here, and at 10:30 for the Bishop Suter Gallery people to be here, and at 12 noon or later for the NELMAC people. And of course we'll be going back into open meetings. So, moving now into the actual agenda. I'll ask if anyone has any interests that they need to declare or update the register. Mr. Murray?
Thank you. Yes, I've got a conflict of interest with item 4 and public excluded. I'm not sure it's the whole item because there are 2 items under that, but certainly the first bit that you referred to at 9:30, I will be leading the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Right, we now move to public forum, and it's my pleasure to welcome Sarah Holmes and Gillian Williams, who are representing the Nelson Tasman Business Trust, and Mr. Kearney and Mr. Jackson can't be here today, so you have 10 minutes on behalf of your organisation to address the Council's Governance Committee. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, councillors. I'd just like to introduce Gillian Williams, who's one of our most experienced trustees, and also Mike Rutledge, who is our liaison person with the council. Thank you, Nelson City Council, for your ongoing funding support and commitment to support our small businesses, self-employed people and those starting a business. These small businesses are the essential backbone, essential part of the economy and also the social fabric of the community, and they're a backbone of the New Zealand economy. You can see on the screen we've got a copy of our folder that we give to around 350 people a year that come to see us for a consultation, and in that's a lot of useful links and also resources and an action plan to help them take their business forward. I'm going to share some of the highlights of the year with some statistics from our client survey and also some photos from the year. And you should all have a copy of our annual report. And I believe there's going to be a copy of a video sent out, which is a testimonial. We haven't got time to show it to you now. So this is some of the information from our statistics, that's from the feedback survey. And what we found is 99% of clients who engaged with us last year would recommend the Business Trust. Our mission is to support small businesses and startups in the region to reach their goals and be successful. So in the annual client survey, we asked businesses about how they feel about their business. And as you can see from these results, generally clients are very optimistic about their business and are showing signs of growth. Over half of the clients reported they'd experienced an increase in customers, revenue and profit during the year. 22% of businesses had increased their staff numbers, and 72% had remained the same. There was only about 15% of the respondents who'd actually seen a reduction in these areas. And when asked about future growth, almost 90% of clients were optimistic about future growth. Only 9% were pessimistic. So I think overall it's a very positive result from our businesses. So there's a photograph here of 3 young people who are at one of our network meetings, Holly and Christina, who are starting a business, and another Christina on the left from the Bridge Street Collective. So community and business are interrelated and interdependent. They're inextricably linked. Businesses and people work best when support networks are in place. So during the year, almost 1,200 people accessed our services. We've got over nearly 2,500 subscribing to our website, and 3,000 plus are engaging on social media on a regular basis. Above in the photograph you can see one of our networking meetings, and you know, the great opportunity for people to share their ideas, find solutions to maybe some of their issues, and also creating a business community. The research from our client base is that 20% of our clients are in their first year of business, but the biggest group of clients, that's 35%, have been in business between 2 and 5 years. So we are dealing with a lot of established businesses. And in fact, 35% of them had actually been in business for more than 5 years. We found that through our clients, we find that most people hear about us from personal recommendation. That's through word of mouth or website search. So about almost 80% are through those 2 sources. Here's a photo of yesterday's meeting, which was BizBreak. We had 21 business owners in the room, or professionals. I asked them why they were at our meeting, and they said basically most of them work from home. They actually would like to engage with other people in the business community. Last year there was a 9% increase in our network meeting attendance, with 660 people attending. This year, for the first time, we launched a workshop series. So we use local experts like Helena on the top right, who knows a lot about copywriting. So she and others, such as Bear on the left, provided some really good training opportunities for local businesses. So at a reasonably low cost, they could didn't need to travel far, and over 200 people accessed that training. So that was in topics that are really popular at the moment: social media, digital marketing, MailChimp, a masterclass on copywriting, business communication, and mastering LinkedIn. Here's our group of supporters and connections in the region. It's all about collaboration. As I said, community and business are inextricably linked. We need all these partners to help us provide the services that we do, and we work closely with them. For instance, with Uniquely Nelson, promoting workshops to the CBD businesses. And during the year, we make around about 670 referrals to other service providers. So we are providing a lot of connections to those people. During the year, one of our successes was that we received some corporate funding from Nelson Business Society, so they've come on board as a sponsor. And we were very lucky that we also secured a 3-year funding contract with the Tasman District Council. During the year, we appointed 2 new trustees. That's Sasha MacDonald from a business called Resource, and Craig Smith, who's also one of our mentors. Just a conservative estimate of what our volunteers are achieving for our community and the economy. We're sort of roughly estimating around about $350,000 a year is being injected into the economy indirectly through the Business Trust. So one of the groups that does an awful lot for the Trust, of course, and for the businesses, is the Business Mentors, and we've got nearly 130 mentors now. On Tuesday we had a mentor training day, and I took Craig from Business Mentors to visit PIC. I chose PICS because it's a local success story, and PIC is one of our business mentors, and he was very generous with his time, and he actually gave us a tour of the old factory, and how amazing is that new factory? It's just absolutely astounding. His business has had phenomenal growth, and the future plans are very exciting for the region. He was telling us that initially he was making 1,000 jars of peanut butter a week. He's now making 20,000, or producing 20,000 a day. So that's phenomenal growth.
Gosh.
We've also got Jason Monopoly, who was the supreme winner at the Chamber Business Awards this year. He's got a business called Orange Dog. Another person, Richard Butler from Blueberry IT, also an award winner. So the mentor pool has got some really successful people involved. One of our mentors, here's a picture of the training day on Tuesday. One of our experienced mentors actually described mentoring as recycling expertise, which I thought was a really
simple way. You know, Sarah, that bell indicates there's 2 minutes to go, including questions.
Okay, thank you. So I've got some success stories to share with you. So we've got Caleb Hill, who has got Nelson Shade Solutions just on Haven Road. He's moved to Nelson from his Richmond businesses, and is doing really well. Sorry, I whizzed through these. A lovely 2 couples from the Philippines who've been in Nelson 5 years. They work at the hospital as nurses, and their dream was to start a food business. They came to see us in February last year and have really appreciated our support, and have now come back for a mentor, and you may see them at Isleworth Park. Ethically Mad, which is the video that you'll be sent to read. To hear, and Embroider Me, which is a CBD business. Paul Aiden did send in some information and his views on the Business Trust. He thinks that we, so I'll just read a bit of this. He was paired with a business mentor who he could work with. He said he's fortunate that Nelson attracts high calibre professionals that want to give back to business. He's organised several workshops, and he said the training standard was very high. The trainers were not only experts, very approachable, and a real bonus is that they live here and they can be contacted for additional coaching. So he feels that, he said at the end, the Business Trust should be encouraged to grow because it can help so many established businesses come to grips with the new ways of doing business and help the CBD continue to grow. Embroiders Me's on Bridge Street. So just to conclude, it's all, there's a big team around us, and businesses and people do work best when support networks are in place. And I'd just like to say a big thank you to all our volunteers. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Sarah. Yes, the council, as you know, supports very much what you're doing. I'm always impressed with the financial viability of the organisation. You seem to be able to ensure that your finances are always very healthy, and it's a great thing that you do for the city. We've got time. We've We really haven't got time, but I'll take one question. I've had one indication for a question, and he's going to keep it short, but Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Sarah and Gillian, for your presentation and for the work you're doing. We really do, as the Chair said, appreciate it very much indeed. Your concentration to some degree is focused on the CBD, I would hope, because that's the emphasis for us as one of our visions. So what percentage of your businesses that come for advice and do you know would come from the CBD? Do you?
I don't know. Short answer. About 50% of our clients are from the Nelson area as opposed to Tasman. Perhaps we will find, if we work closer with Uniquely Nelson, that might be a way that we'll be able to find out. But I think that's an initiative that's going to encourage more CBD businesses to come forward.
Hoping to work more closely with Uniquely Nelson. You do now, or you're hoping?
Well, we have done. We've tried it this year on a promotional activity for our workshops.
That's something you're developing.
But it's something that can happen. Yeah, we did work with the Richmond businesses last year with some workshops. So if there's enough interest, we can definitely do something for them. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you, Gillian.
Thank you.
All the very best for the organisation.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. I'll now move to our second public forum item, and welcome to the table Mr Rawson and Mr Edwards. Mr Edwards, Les, welcome. As indicated earlier, there is 10 minutes only. We have got a very full agenda today, so I ask you to be succinct as possible, because 10 minutes includes question time. So.
Very good. I'll open proceedings. Apologies from Tony Lewis, CEO of Tasman Rugby. For myself, as Commercial and Marketing Manager, I've met heaps and heaps of people since the Test match, and I can assure you all that the vast majority of them are overwhelmingly supportive of that Test match and what it did for the city. So from our perspective, and I'm sure from many of yours, it was an outstanding occasion. From Sunday, when the All Blacks arrived and went out to 5 junior rugby clubs in the region, through to the week-long build-up when the All Blacks were able to walk freely through our CBD. They didn't bother with the bus in the end to get from the hotel to the park for training. They would just walk, and people knew who they were but did not hassle them, and they loved the experience of being in Nelson. The Saturday activation and fan trail was just stunning, and it also was a big help to us because we were able to remind people that they needed to get into the stadium in time. And I was absolutely delighted as a marketing guy that people listened, and everyone was seated in time for the national anthems and haka. So it was an event that was a credit to the city. And an event that will be remembered for years to come.
Thank you, Les.
In terms of the numbers, it was a sold-out event. 21,404 people bought tickets. It took a year to sell it out, so it wasn't as easy as it might appear, but it was sold out by the Thursday prior to Test match. They all turned up into a pop-up Test stadium of 21,400 seats. That was 14,000 seats that needed to be brought in, and there are so many people we thank with regard to that, but they know who they are, but particularly Port Nelson. We had 190 volunteers, 160 at the Test venue and 30 uptown at the activation and fan trail, and I can't thank them enough. Sport Tasman provided a great majority of them, and on the record, special thanks to Jane Miles from Sport Tasman and Joe McLean from Tasman Rugby Union who managed them. And the live telecast reached over 1 million people through Sky Sport, Prime, YouTube highlights and Facebook, and went into live into South Africa, Australia, Japan, Argentina, USA, the UK and Ireland, France and Italy, and many other countries received it and saw Nelson via live streaming. So the legacy there is just outstanding in terms of awareness for our great city.
Thanks, Les. I'll just run you through a couple more of the numbers. We don't know how many attended the inner city activation, but we got lots of amazing feedback. We know it was in the tens of thousands, and I think, again, just to reiterate Les's words, it was a real credit to the whole community in the way that actually just celebrated our city and our region. Big heads up and hats off to Nelson City Council, you guys, for assisting with the funding, but also to your team. I think that we got lots of really positive feedback about the free city buses and the way in which that worked and the way it added to the whole visitor experience. And around as you can see, nearly 7,000 people used that bus service, so that was exceptional. I guess the other key point that everyone was interested in is what was the economic impact. So just using the standard New Zealand sort of economic impact model for events, we came in at 9.9 million, in fact $48,000 short of 10 million. I'll give a bit more of a breakdown of that soon, mostly focused on the retail area, because I know that's an area of interest for everyone. Interestingly, we projected 9.2, so we're relatively close. But just before we do that, we thought it was probably better to just hear, instead of us talking about ourselves, it's important to hear what others say. And we had a short clip from Tony Johnson, who is Sky's premier rugby commentator. This was his, if someone could maybe clip that for me, his view of, no, not that one, hopefully the video. Okay. Well, we just...
Can we have that minute back?
I can... we'll just see. Yeah, no, we've got the Tony Johnson voice going on. It was... hopefully that will just work. Awesome, thank you. Oh, and a wee bit of volume.
To Nelson, to Tasman, for putting on such a great week. It was a bold bid and a bold move by New Zealand Rugby to let them have it, but it came up trumps. The weather helped, of course, but it worked because there was total engagement with the community. The food, the entertainment, the activities, the whole place was buzzing. It wasn't just a footy test, it was an event. From a personal point of view, the best experience in New Zealand Rugby since the 2011 World Cup. One that's really raised the bar. Who's turn next?
So I think the key point was, his final statement was, this was the best experience around an All Black test since the 2011 World Cup, and well done to Nelson City. So
very welcome here at
now we can watch Scotland versus South Africa. So just to move on, in the economic impact sense, retail spend, what does this slide show us? And we've just got this information, that's why we're so late in actually coming to present this, but effectively you can see that the line there, that peak was the week of the All Black match. The great thing is that was the highest retail spend in Nelson City for the quarter, and it was actually the second highest in the last 6 months, only surpassed by the week of Easter, which was only 2% higher. So, and the other thing that's probably of interest is it was also Nelson City's peak market share of retail spend in the region in those 6-month period as well. So it does demonstrate that an event like that can actually influence the market share. What does that mean in terms of numbers? And sorry, something seems to have happened to the formatting, but anyway, retail spend in the Nelson City area was up 12% on the year before. That's what for the week, which is what this is showing you. It's also worth noting there was a bit of a halo effect for the weeks either side. And just before someone asked the question, that was start of school holidays, which was different to the year before. But what does that mean? It means around about 1.9, nearly $2 million in retail spend increase from the year before in the city. And then the next logical question is, okay, then what does that mean? Who were the bigger winners in that space? Accommodation spend, quite obvious, logically, was up 35%. Food and beverage spend was up 24%, which actually was the biggest dollar spend element of that. But interestingly, boutique and niche sort of retail, which comes in another category, was up 13%. So the interesting point that is a little bit different to some of the media is that all retail categories were up. There was a couple that were quite small, and I know there's some individual examples, but all retail categories were up for that week, in fact for the 2 week sort of period. That's about it from me in an impact sense, and throw back to Les just to wrap up.
So in terms of the partnership approach, it was crucial to the success of the event. We had the right people in the right place at the right time. We do go on record as thanking senior NCC staff who are ideal to have on board in the final months leading into the event, and we go on record thanking Roger Ball for his leadership and management of the process. Another key part of it was the Game Day app, which was a joint venture between NRDA and the Nelson Weekly, and it was very, very important for being able to communicate what was going on in the lead up, and it also included a stadium map which people were able to open using the very good Wi-Fi at the park to see where all of the amenities and other outlets were. The numbers are in the report, and in terms of the venue, we must never underestimate the strength of this city having a park so close to the CBD. That ability to be able to walk from town into the park, out of the park and into town is absolutely marvellous. Compliments to the city on the upgrade of the turf, which was an important element of hosting this test match. Stephen Hansen went on record to say that it was the best test surface they've played on. So that's important. Thank you very much for that contribution also. In terms of the Central City activation, we celebrated the historic event totally, and as I said, it facilitated the orderly entry to the park over 2 hours. Again, the outstanding volunteers involved in that, and very, very positive media outcomes. National, international media engaged prior, during and post the event. I will say that there was some negativity trying to be stirred up early in the test week, but after the test there was nothing but positive media and PR for the city. In terms of, yes, thank you, one chart to go. Key learnings, the traffic management plan was absolutely critical, and the public transport. It was a huge traffic management issue with 2 locations, and it was handled superbly by city staff. We do think that the project, next time a project team resource needs to be increased, because there were a few people doing a lot of work. And last but not least, we have a playbook for future events in terms of tools and blueprints for such large scale events. So the real issue now is over to the council as to what's next. And yeah, thank you for your time. Just a marvellous, marvellous occasion.
Thank you very much, Les. Thank you, Mark. We've passed our time. I've got 3 requests for questions. I'll take the questions from members of the committee first. So the first one there was Councillor Rutledge, Councillor Ackland, and if we don't go too long, maybe Councillor Laurie, with discretion.
Thank you.
Rutledge.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, well done. The single best event that I've ever seen or been a part of in all my years in Nelson. So, and thank you for acknowledging the hard work of council staff, because I know some of them burnt some huge hours on it. They really did. So question is, how did the assets of the city that were engaged in the event perform in your view? You mentioned the turf, but other assets. Are there learnings that we might need to think about going forward, and does this event set us up better for future potential big games?
I'll answer that if I may, because I strongly believe that you'll get away with a pop-up test stadium once or maybe twice, but at the end of the day, what people really want to watch large-scale events is comfort. And comfort comes in the form of covered seating, and it comes in the form of corporate hospitality facilities at the venue. So long-term strategy, I'd start thinking about what you do with that park in terms of making it a true asset that can cope with inclement weather and winter temperatures.
I think just to add, in relation to the Centre City, I feel like the blueprint we've kind of got now, actually, the Centre City performed very well, and you know, to have an event such as this, and I think there was 2 arrests that night, which I think is lower than normal. You know, everything performed relatively well. I guess the big learning is we all learned how to work together and actually know whose role's what and how we can make this happen. We just probably need to be a bit more proactive around it now that we've got a playbook. Was fairly reactive in the last week, you'd be fair to say.
Thank you, Mark. Councillor Ashland.
I've got a slightly more tricky question, I think. It's I had a great time. And it seems like part of it was part of the occasion was that it was a one-off. It felt like a real surprise event. It felt like it was something different and new. How easy is it to replicate that, given that it won't be a one-off again next time?
No.
Oh, look, it will be. It took a year to sell out the first ever All Blacks test in Nelson, so it will be hard work when it comes time to do the second. The key will be to allow some space and time between the first and the second. You can't do these things too quickly because part of the magic of this one was the fear of missing out, and we've got to allow a bit of time so there's a new generation of people who will want to go and take their kids to see the All Blacks.
Thank you. We've come to 9:30, which is the time for the next part of the meeting, so I'm sorry, Councillor Laurie. Your Worship, you're listening and you haven't had a chance to indicate to me whether you wish to speak. It's your opportunity if you wish to ask a question.
I'm conscious of time, Mr. Chair, but I just want to congratulate everyone involved in the event. It was a huge success for the region, and I've listened to unfortunately I couldn't get the commentary today through the video, but it's very positive.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Les. It's now past 9:30 when we have our next part of the meeting scheduled, and I'd like to welcome to the table... No, we first have to go into committee. So we need an exclusion of the public resolution, which is in the agenda, and confirmed according to section 48.5 and 48.6 of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act that Mr. Bagent, Mr. Altmans, Mr. Schoen, Ms. Crawshaw remain after public excluded for item 5 in the public excluded agenda. So I'll ask someone to move that motion. Moved by Councillor Noonan, seconded by Councillor Rutledge. All those in favour will say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So we are now in public excluded, and is out there. Mr. Murray, maybe Gail Collingwood, maybe still waiting. Tight on time, so. So think before you ask. All right, we are tight on time, so we'll take the opportunity while we're waiting for the other members to come back to confirm the minutes, which I think we can do with the quorum that we have. And welcome back now, Mr. Murray. So we have minutes of the meeting of the Governance Committee held on the 25th of October, which have been circulated and has been moved by Councillor Courtney. But we also have the minutes of a meeting on the 11th of October, which has been tabled. So you've had them in front of you and had an opportunity to check them. Councillor Courtney, are you prepared to move the acceptance of a true and correct record of both those minutes? Seconded by Councillor Dahlberg. No corrections, alterations. I'll put the motion. All in favour will say aye. Aye. Against? That is carried. Item 6 is Chairperson's report. I could speak for a long time on a lot of things, but in the interests of succinct and timely business, I will have no report today, which brings us to item 7. And I'll invite to the table Ms. Barton. This is on pages 16 to 78.
Through the Chair, earlier in the day I raised with you if consideration could be given to moving this into public excluded for the basis of commercial sensitivity. I feel, well, I've got some questions which I'd be very uncomfortable asking in the public open session, particularly around the performance of this organisation and just what we might be expecting moving into the future. So, look, I'd just like to throw onto the table that for commercial sensitivity reasons, the ability to ask questions in a commercially sensitive nature, that we'd consider moving this into public excluded.
Certainly prepared to consider that. I think the nature of the questions could very well be, the questions will be put to the organisation?
Well, I'm not sure the organisation's here, but I think we could.
They will be here, won't they, Ms. Barton?
So I had assumed that Mr. Rawson would be staying, but
has anyone been in touch with Mr. Rawson?
I can text him.
I'll do it. Yeah.
The meeting may not feel it needs to be in public excluded, in which case I probably would not ask some questions that I've got.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, until we know Mr. Rawson can be here when you can ask the questions, there's no point in doing it until we know that he is. So we'll carry on with the meeting at this stage. Ms. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll take the report as read, but I would just like to highlight under paragraph 4.8, there are some very specific proposed inclusions for the statement of expectation letter, covering areas that the council has signalled that they wish to drive through and focus on. So in particular, the city centre and how the NRDA might deliver on the work that's going on in the city centre. So that's one key focus area. The second one under paragraph 4.8.2 is how the NRDA is demonstrating that they've got business, visitor, stakeholders, Māori, iwi and diverse sectors included in their work programme. The third aspect is covered under 4.83, which is around value for money from the NRDA. So you'll be aware that Tasman District Council has now shifted to directly contracting with the NRDA. So that is to clarify what we will be getting delivered and what the budget is for that. The fourth one under paragraph 4.8.4 is being clear on the NRDA's role in the Tita Ihu strategy work for the regional growth work. And in particular, Wakatū Incorporation are leading that work out. So it's getting some clarity on the role that NRDA will play in that aspect of work. The fifth one is in relation to budget. So there was conversations over the last year around additional funding that the NRDA sought on various aspects of work. So that aspect is to seek clarity going forward as to what the work programme is and what the budgets are that attach to it. The sixth aspect is in relation to the information that the NRDA provides back to Council around economic reporting and being more, not prescriptive, but more detailed about what we expect around reporting. So that's the sixth aspect. And the seventh and final one is how Māori and iwi economic aspirations are being supported by the NRDA. So they're proposed for inclusion in the letter. And the process from here will be over the next 3 or 4 months. Myself and other staff will be working directly with the NRDA to frame up their statement of intent, which will then get reported back to the Governance Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Is there any questions from the table? Councillor Courtney.
Well, I want to say thank you for what you're intending to put into that letter, because it looks like a tidy up to me. It looks like you're going in depth into the organisation and putting some new and necessary demands on them, quite frankly, so thank you for that. You know, I would question, there's a lot of questions in here, isn't there? The Wakatū Incorporation leading the project management of the regional development strategy. I mean, I find that in itself a whole area of questioning there. That's new to me. Can you develop that? What's that all about? Is the NRDA passing that over to the Wakatū Incorporation? Or?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there has been conversations over the last 6 months where the delivery of making an application to the Provincial Growth Fund around a regional growth strategy was somewhat languishing. And it would be fair to say that Wakatū Incorporation stepped up and said that they would be more than happy to hold the pen on behalf of all of the top of the south. So it's Marlborough, Tasman and Nelson. So there are a number of parties included in there, and the NRDA is part of that process. So we are still waiting to hear from the Minister as to whether that application to the Provincial Growth Fund has been successful or not, but if it is, then that work programme will be led out. The NRDA will be part of that work programme.
You're happy and we're happy, are we, with it passing that over to them? It seems logical to you?
So through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We've, all the mayors, etc., have all bought into that, and I think from an engagement with iwi perspective, it's a sound process, including Wakatū.
Thank you. I just have a correction that I think is needed on page 65 and on. The heading at the top of the page as to attachment 2. It's not the expectation letter statement for 2019-20, it's the 2018-2019 one, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Which caused me some confusion when I was reading them all last night.
Yes, that's the last one. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Murray?
Okay, Rob, fine.
You had your chance. Mr. Murray.
Thank you, through the Chair. I think from my perspective, picking up on Councillor Courtney's comment around the Wakatu-led initiative in the Regional Economic Development Strategy. That to me raises the question in my mind as to why the NRDA didn't actually take the lead on this particular issue in the first instance, and that to me sort of started to drive into a few thoughts around the performance of this organisation and how it was performing in terms of regional economic development, which is what it's all about. And when I think about that matter, and then I think about what I'm seeing in here, what I'm really missing is some real strategy from this organisation around how it is going to drive economic development, how it's going to drive economic development, not sitting with Wakatu who appear to be driving it or someone else who appears to be driving it. How are they going to drive it, and what does that mean for us as a city running this organisation? So I'm looking in here going, what are the key initiatives which this organisation is taking? Now, I reflect back several years where they had the broadband Jetstream rollout, and they got money from central government to actually drive that project through. I think Network Tasman at the time. That's the sort of thing I'm looking for coming out of this document. Not, oh, we're going to sit with these people and we're going to improve our Maori stuff, because that should be happening anyway. So my questions to these people were going to be around, what are we doing? What's our vision? What's our vision for economic growth in the city? And how are we going to implement it in this year and then 4 or 5 years out? And then I think that needs to dovetail very clearly into, well, our partners out at TDC seem to have changed the arrangement, and I'm not even sure how that works. Again, another question that we should be concerned about. And I think we as a table should be debating what our stance should be relative to the fact that TDC now all of a sudden have got a changed arrangement. We don't even understand what that is. And should we be focusing this organisation on Nelson City's business as opposed to region-wide business? Again, a question for debate around the table. So I'm looking at this document, and I think there's a lot of questions which we should be asking and answering around the performance of the organisation relative to how they are driving our economic strategy, whatever that might be. I'm not even sure what it is. So that was, I don't know if there's a question in that, or
bring that into a question, Ms. Bowden. Do you wish to respond?
And just as a final wee piece on the question, can anyone explain why on page 61 there's no audit report? I mean, have they not got one? I mean, and even that's a concerning feature in itself. But anyway, just another piece of the equation. And I'll throw that in because I'm only allowed one question, but there might be a couple in there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the intention with the inclusion of these aspects in this report is to enable me to have more detailed conversations with the NRDA over the next 3 months, very much around what they're delivering and when they're delivering it and what that looks like. So this is to set up that framework for that conversation.
Could you outline more the TDC situation?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I have to be a bit careful in terms of what I say, but certainly the Tasman District Council have moved to a model where they want to directly engage NRDA to deliver for them for Tasman. In particular, they will be, the statement of intent runs until the end of June next year, but they will be moving as part of that into a process of a memorandum of agreement, or heads of agreement in terms of contracting them, and they will contract them to the tune of, I think it's $300,000 to deliver for their, mainly their visitor sector, but they also want more detailed monitoring information around economic performance for Tasman region out of the NRDA.
I hope that helps, Mr. Murray.
Well, as long as we pick up the overall strategy on the economic development for the region, Nelson City, and I'm not sure where that fits within all of the 4.8s, but hopefully the comment will be noted by Ms. Barton and picked up in the communications. I'd be interested in what our next big project is.
Thank you. I had a call from, I'm not sure whether it was Councillor Noonan or Councillor Delberg earlier. Councillor Delberg, you're next. Followed by
Mr. Chair.
Councillor Ackland, Rutledge and Mr Peters, and then Councillor McGurk.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. No, it's covered off both my questions, but I'm going back. My major one was, has the TDC got separate expectations? And where does that deliver us on a joint regional strategy? Staff have partly answered it, and if they're going to carry through, then I'm happy. I think, probably the question then follow up to that is, do we get a report in 3 months' time detailing more of where this is leading?
What is your intention, Ms Bowden?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, I just didn't catch the end part of what Councillor...
Probably, I'm getting that we've got the major one as separate expectations, and I'm getting the responses that we're going to get a report, or some update. So my question then is, are we getting a report in 3 months' time telling us about the separate expectations from Tasman District Council?
So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that will form part of the report back for the statement of intent, absolutely. So it would be fair to say at this stage that myself and another similar officer from TDC are having conversations about how this might work together.
Very good. We look forward to that report. Councillor Ackland.
Mr Chair, it's Samir here. Could I just jump the queue momentarily? Because I have some concerns about where this discussion's heading in public.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Look, I'm listening to the questions around the process there and developing an SOI. The SOE step is not statutory, it's one that we put in to help us achieve an effective SOI. And I'm listening to the questions and the commentary, responses from Ms Barton, and my question for Ms Barton is, I hear that your officers are having discussions around matters that relate to a statement of intent. But I'm wondering how you're going to achieve any form of governance direction in initiating those discussions on critical matters that are, in some cases, contractual matters that require a discussion in public excluded, which go to financial performance measures, contractual matters of significant change in the contractual arrangement between a major partner, or has been a partner in this entity, or quasi-partner. And I'm concerned that the Governance Committee actually isn't given the opportunity to give governance direction to inform your discussions with NRDA or other contractual partners. And that's, to me, the purpose of having this meeting today, was to provide a governance framework for those discussions. Mr Murray's highlighted that a number of those matters, given they go to negotiation, can't be had in public, or shouldn't be had in public, to allow our council to be as effective as it can be in negotiation.
Yeah, I take your point, Your Worship. What you can't see on the camera is that Mr Rawson has returned, and earlier we said that when he returns, it is my intention to see if the meeting wants to go into public excluded, and it's been moved by Councillor Walker and seconded by Councillor Ackland that we exclude the public for the commercial reasons that are stated. And that Mr Rawson be permitted to stay within the meeting. You moved those? Moved and seconded. I'll put it all in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. We'll call the meeting to order. And we move to item number 8 on the agenda. Item number 8 is the 6-monthly presentation from the Bishop Suter Trust. And I'll invite to the table Ms. Catchpole and other representatives. You'll be aware that item 9 is the item on our agenda for the statement of expectation that we will hopefully be approving for you to consider. Where's Ms. McDonald? Right. So, welcome, Julie.
Thank you for this opportunity. I have here on my left John Hamilton, one of our trustees, and several of our trustees over here, Joe Waller, Jane Defoe and Margaret Soderberg. So I'm going to give a presentation which both looks backwards and forwards. So earlier this year we presented our 5-year plan, which is really our 3-year statement of intent plus a bit of our longer vision. Essentially, now we have such good facilities that Nelsonians are clearly proud of. We want the rest of New Zealand to know about us and be attracted to visit us in Nelson. We've set ourselves various goals to increase our visitors, to increase or broaden our reputation and grow our revenues. Now our target is 130,000 visitors using the Suter's facilities, and I've listed those below. In fact, in our most recent financial year, we got over 150,000 visitors, which was astonishing. Let's hope we can get there again this year. So here's a graph, and this includes the point. Can't get the pointer to work. The green bars this financial year, the red bars the last financial year, and the blue is partly when we were off-site and when we reopened. So the big blue bar is when we reopened in October 2016. The big rise in August is partly to do with the International Film Festival. Now, we think that the free admission is very much of benefit to us, and I've listed there some of what we see as our benefits, including encouraging repeat visitors, provides universal access, provides way more foot traffic through the whole facility than we could if we had a charge. It encourages people to shop, which is one of our now growing sources of income, and it very much assists the Nelson Suter Art Society, who have a facility or gallery within the Suter and sales of their artworks, which are their members, which are essentially from this region, and it's making Suter a community hub. There are issues, of course, and one of those is lost revenue from admission charging, and we're trying to offset that loss by increased retail activity, increasing our leases and so on, and donations. Now we are in, because as New Zealanders getting a more cashless society and more using their cards, we are looking at swipe or tap donation methods. So we're just currently investigating that. So here's another way of looking at our visitors. The blue is the general visitors, so that's to the exhibition galleries, through the shop and so forth. The reddy brown colour is the theatre venue hire, or theatre day and night, and venue hire and after hours activity. Once again, you can see August, the impact of the International Film Festival. This is looking at visitors another way again. The big blue chunk is our exhibition general visitors. education, that's formal education for schools. Then we have after school education activities or public programming, events and tours, venue day, which is a reasonable chunk, and venue night, which is a larger chunk. So just moving on to exhibitions, which is one of the main things, of course, that the public encounter. We run a changing program of exhibitions, and they're of duration either 6, 8 or 12 weeks. So we don't generally have permanent hangs of our collection. The Nelson Seater Arts Society have 2 big exhibitions a year, spring and autumn, and they also have exhibitions of 3-week duration in their gallery space. So that's introducing a lot of regional local artists. And then we have various ancillary spaces where we display things like works from our collection. This past summer we had a record attendance with, must have been just that perfect combination of exhibitions with a lot of local content, in fact, and an exhibition that showed the strengths of our collection. We try to run a varied program, so some of these categories kind of overlap. We have some product that's unique to the Suter Biennale. We're projecting to do one of those next year. We have exhibitions that profile our region's leading artists, and we hope to both develop their profile here but also to develop that elsewhere in New Zealand. We have exhibitions that profile our collection, the strengths in it. We take touring shows. Those are shows that we rent that are developed by other galleries or museums or individuals. And we curate the majority of the shows that we put on. So we have contemporary art. This artist here showed at the Suter and immediately after showed in Berlin. We do have some very contemporary shows. They often cause a lot of comment and debate, but I think that's important that we do that. And we also do shows that link with important events in Nelson and or the region. The bottom image here is the Vincent Ward, which was linked to the Light Festival. This next exhibition, Naho Nako, was linked in with the Arts Festival. Now this exhibition is an example of local or regional artists that we're sending out to the wider world, as it were. This show is going to open in Foxton, in this new cultural centre in Foxton, which is great, Highway 1, over summer, so it should have really good profile there. And Sally Burton's exhibition is about to open in December the 16th at Pātaka in Porirua, which is a very well visited centre. So education, our current contract with the Ministry of Education concludes at the end of December. We've been very fortunate and have managed to secure a new contract for another 3 years. The new contract is at the same level as we've enjoyed for the last 12 years, so there's been no increase to that, and obviously costs have gone up in that, but it is the Ministry's expectation that the hosting institution and or local government contribute more to those programs. They've had no increase to their funding for provision of learning experiences outside the classroom for actually longer than 12 years. We have a 0.5 program, 0.5 educator, and she delivers a remarkable number of programs into a remarkable number of students. As you can see, our target's 3,100, but in the last financial year was nearly 6,000 students. So here's an example, very popular clay programs. We're running a number of after-school programs. We're looking to increase this activity as much as one can, given the scope of between 3 o'clock and 5:30 in an afternoon, but we're looking at perhaps instigating another class next year, and we have an adult art class as well. Public programs are a really useful way to extend the life and interest in exhibitions, and we hope in the future that we'll be able to expand activity in this area. Collection. Our collection grows altogether by donation, whether that's donation of funds, bequests or donations of work. We have a collection policy that we adhere to very strictly. So in 17-18 we made 3 purchases but received 33 gifts. Sometimes when we make a purchase we get gifts. So the example there of the shark came with another artwork. It's by an Australian artist. It's international work. This is the Andrew Drummond that you'll see out the front of the gallery. We're about to receive another artwork, another outdoor sculpture, not a kinetic one in this case, but gifted because we purchased a work by Andrew Drummond, and that work outside the gallery was purchased with a very substantial donation from the Mary and Richard Earl Trust, or a couple who live in Palmerston North. This is one of our purchases, and the shark came along with this work. We're going to show recent acquisition in a show called Sharks and Still Lives in February, March next year, 2019, and also explain our acquisition process and hope we can elicit some more support and more people to join our legacy group, which are regular and substantial donors, or patrons might be a better expression. So key operational issues, of course, is overheads. We do have increased overheads in our building. Insurance, there's a little glimmer of hope on the horizon with insurance. The museum sector, or our body, lobbied the government about the fire levy and its impact on museums, galleries and heritage facilities. And because if you appreciate, museums have millions of objects and we can be slugged for a very high value. I mean, our collection alone is now valued at over $7 million. So there has been an exemption, and we should see the benefit of that in our next financial year. Energy costs, we've renewed our contract, having looked around at different providers. We've been a bit slugged lately with high costs because we're on a combination of spot and fixed, but sometimes we benefit the other way as well. And the other issue that we're working on very hard is to build a depreciation and building renewal fund and plan for that. So just on capacity, we have a very small staff for an operation that's 362 days of the year, but right at this moment we are reviewing our capacity to ensure that we can deliver our programs and support our trading activities. Volunteers are essential to us. In some cases they provide skills that we don't have amongst the staff, but otherwise they also provide a really good visitor experience. The majority of our volunteers work front of house and help people enjoy the facilities and exhibitions. Revenue, these are, here we're listing some of the sources of our revenue that's non-base funding. They're our leases, venue hire, retail, and activities and donations and fundraising. Revenue, we're just looking at renewing or reviewing our leases. Primarily at the moment we're working on the theatre lease, which is a partial lease, and we're trying to increase our venue hire activity. We've reviewed the costs we charge for hiring our theatre, but we also hire out our foyer, education room and boardroom. Retail and commissions occur across our artwork sales, and we also charge for some of our activities and services. So here's a chart of 4 months year-on-year comparison, and we are very pleased to report we're seeing an increase in our retail shop sales. Fundraising, we're working hard on our big fundraising event, which is timed for 29th March next year. We'd all like you to buy a table or a seat at this function. But we're also looking at some fundraising initiatives in combination with the Nelson Suter Arts Society and or other organisations. And sometimes we do fundraising in relation to specific projects, such as exhibitions and or other artworks, and we're applying for grants, and we're also looking to try and increase sponsorship in that type of support. In marketing, we have quite a tight marketing budget, but we're trying to increase our social media promotion and other means like that. We have our Friends of the Suter organisation. The Legacy Group are the higher level of patrons, and some of these patrons commit to several years of funding. And we've been working very effectively with NRDA and the council, in fact, to look at increased conference and event marketing linking in with that. So just to summarise, we want to increase our revenue from venue hire, retail and services, increase awareness of the Suter, keep growing the collection and the reputation of the collection. We want to fundraise to acquire a standout draw card artwork. We want to increase our sponsorship and partnership support. And by building our reputation through the quality of what we do in terms of exhibitions and the quality of our collection, then we hope to increase visitors, and in turn, of course, that will increase foot traffic. And we want to be a really big part of selling Nelson Inc. That's us.
Thank you, Julie. I just want to take the opportunity to just, for the record, Councillor Skinner's an apology for not being here. He's had an incident occur at one of his properties, so that's the reason he's not here. He would like to have been here. So maybe could record that. I've had indication of questions from Councillor Rutledge, from Nate, and from Councillor Courtney, and Councillor Goldberg and Mr. Murray. Councillor Rutledge.
Just a quick offer. My brother said if you want another one of those kinetic sculptures, he can whip you one up pretty quick. No, actually, LEOTC, the fantastic numbers, and it's great you secured that, because I do understand how difficult those are to secure. So, but the question is, you mentioned that there's increasing costs to deliver those and they're not covered by the funding you receive. You're significantly over-delivering your numbers. Is there a consideration there to actually, as bad as it sounds, maybe restrict the numbers of people going through so it can stick within the funding that's provided by government for that activity?
Well, that achievement is within what we provided, so we haven't increased the 0.5.
Oh, sorry, I misheard. I thought you said that there was increasing costs in delivering that weren't being covered by the grant.
So what Julie's saying is that the amount of staff time committed is the same as it's always been, but naturally salaries and wages do climb over time. That's one of the reasons we're endeavouring to take a really active approach to building trading revenue, because that helps contribute to the delivery of those programs. So the education class have been expanded considerably in the last 2 years. Those make a contribution back to covering those education costs of LEOTC. So we're covering it in that way. And we'll continue to build those trading revenues.
Okay, but presumably you could deliver your LEOTC target of 3,100 in less than 0.5, if required.
Well, we could, but that would involve reducing staff time, which puts you at risk that you're not going to keep the staff. So clearly there's a downside to that. We are very, very fortunate in the educator we got. So I think that would be a very major risk to that program.
Thank you. The next question comes from one of our youth councillors. We have youth councillors at most of our meetings. So Nathaniel is a youth councillor. He's here as a participating member. He can ask questions. He can't vote, of course, but it's a process that we do, I think, which is good for democracy and for the future. Nathaniel.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say first, thank you for your report. It's very detailed, and I think it's really great to see all the stuff that Suter Trust is doing for our community. I was asking, in light of key priority 4, to develop partnerships that sustain, I was wondering if the Suter Trust is considering, as we always look into the future, if it's considering potential for also developing greater self-sustainability, especially considering increasing overheads, as you mentioned. Do you see that? Is that something that's aimed for? Is that something you see as a potential opportunity in the future?
That's why we're concentrating so much on venue hire, sorting out the leases. We had obviously a huge workload in the redevelopment, but now that that's over, we've got the opportunity to sort out some of the business aspects, and certainly we are building that side, not at the expense of what our core reason for existence is, but certainly we're taking advantage of every opportunity to grow our self-sufficiency. In saying that, art galleries will likely never be self-sufficient, but they're increasingly important as a tourism destination in every city of any magnitude throughout the world. And I think if Craig was here, he would be pointing out that tourism is is the largest recorded reason people visit particular locations or areas. And is greater than environmental tourism, in fact, at this stage. So that's where we're heading. Does that answer your question adequately? Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Julie and John. I join with Nathaniel in saying thank you so much for what you're doing, Julie, your trustees, your staff, and of course the volunteers. I was impressed with the 130,000 figure you mentioned at the beginning of your address. Did you take into account the cafe? I'd be interested to know, did you take into the cafe numbers and perhaps the theatre, the boardroom hire and the foyer that you mentioned as well? Is that a total figure, 130, or is there more?
That's the total number for using aspects of the facility. So that's daytime use and nighttime use. There is some visitation that we're not capturing in terms of data, and that is visitors who access the cafe from the Queen's Gardens and may go in the cafe that way and leave the same way, you know, like the dog walkers. But that's, yeah, it's the whole, using an aspect or all of the facility.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I was interested in your fundraising for a standout draw card artwork. What sort of numbers are we talking? Or is that confidential?
Well, Craig's great, hairy, audacious goal is to perhaps strive for an artwork that maybe is worth $1 million.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Murray.
Thank you. My apologies to the committee for a wee bit of a theme today, but anyway, let's get into this. Thank you for your presentation. It's a fantastic facility. Really love it, and I take the view that it's a regional facility. You would agree with that? A regional facility? Absolutely great. Okay, so look, I just got some observations which will result in a question on page 20 of your appendix that you gave us. It's on page 104 of our agenda papers. It's the detailed numbers around your financial budgets which reflect the actuals for 16-17 and then the forecast through to 2023. And I'm a little bit unclear about how this aligns with the Nelson City Council's long-term planning, but I'm assuming that it lines up. So that's my assumption, and apologies if that's wrong. But my observation in there is that the funding or the grant money coming from the Nelson City Council between the operating additional funds, depreciation and capital maintenance, if I have a look at the 2017 year and compare that with the 2023 year, there's something like a 41% increase in funding coming from the City Council to the Suter Gallery based on those two comparatives. But then when I have a look at the 2018, June 18 numbers, that percentage is actually 17% over those 4 years. When I have a look at your exchange revenue program over those same periods, that increases by 15%. So we can sort of see some alignment there, and I get that, I understand that. The bit, though, that really worries me on this page is that line that says TDC. Now, it says there in 2017, 87,800. 2018, 87,800. Next year, same. Next year, same. 2023, 87,18. I hazard a guess that's a 0% increase. Now, again, my apologies to the committee, but the bit that the question that I would like to ask, and the bit that isn't in the presentation, is what strategy, given you're a regional facility, have you got with the TDC for increasing funding coming from that sector? And should we have a realistic expectation that that actually grows over the 5 years, as does other income and the NCC contribution?
It's not from lack of trying on our behalf. And we may need more lobbying than what we just as a trust can muster. Our indication from TDC, from our submissions earlier this year, was that there was no increase to our grant from them.
We have requested of the Mayor of TDC an opportunity which I think will take place within the next 24 or is it 48? It'll be 40. Next 24 months, within the 2-year period, to actually get in front of their council and put our case before the next long-term plan. I think that's probably all we can inform you of at this stage, but certainly we do keep the pressure on as much as we can. Yes, it's a regional facility, and yes, there were commitments made when the trust, in fact, the Act that governed the trust was changed in 2008, and we have reminded them of those commitments. So,
thank you. Apologies to the committee for beating a drum.
That's okay. The point was raised at the Suters annual general meeting as well. Mr. Peters.
Question's been answered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to take the committee slightly outside this particular item on the agenda to the residents survey, which relates to the Suter, on page 142, for those that would like to have a look at that. The target, and I'm not sure that the Suter are aware of this, but the target set as an 80% satisfaction of respondents, and the resident survey result was 85%.
Very good.
And I wasn't aware whether you were had been updated with that, and I'm sure that will thrill you. The interesting part is that the online survey result was 52%, and one would have to hazard a guess as to why, but maybe that's because they don't actually go to the Suter. I don't know. Have you got any theories on why we would have an online survey which is dramatically different from the actual residents who probably attend? An interesting observation,
I think, Councillor, that when we get to that item on the agenda, the staff who are involved with the preparation will
Might have some answers.
Will have some explanation as to how the online survey is gathered, which is in a different way to what.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted the board to know that the results were higher than aimed for, and congratulations on that part.
I think that's very good that you've raised that. It's a very pleasing finding for the suitor. Your Worship, Mayor Rachel, your opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. Just going through the paper that we've got in front of us today in relation to the statement of expectation, I have just emailed through some words to Yasmin, yourself, Mr. Chair, and Nikki. I just want to put this to. I just want to put this to the, since the suitor are here, I just want to put this to the suitor. John and Julie, as we all have to grapple with the urgency of climate change, I would like to include in the SOI additional bullet point matter in relation to climate change responsiveness, including risk resilience, mitigation and adaptation. And I just want to put that to you now, if you've got an opportunity to respond, and if you felt very strongly that you didn't want that included, we could have some discussion around it. But I think in this day and age, it's a reasonable expectation for every organisation to be thinking about climate change in its various forms.
John and Julie, do you wish to respond?
I think it's a very good clause to include, and I mean we have to respond to or be ready for risk mitigation in any case.
Thank you.
I'll just add to that and say we do carry out an annualised risk review, and it is a very comprehensive review, so that will be really dealt with as part of that process.
Thank you. Thank you, Julie and John and other members. That completes this item on the agenda. You're very welcome to stay for the next item, which is the item which has the recommendation which you have on our overhead projection. So I'll now invite to the table the author of that report for item number 7, is it? 9. No, item number 9, Ms. Joubert. Have you got any alterations or corrections to the report?
Through the Chair, no.
Would you please outline your report?
Thank you. Through the Chair. So the report is about the statement of expectation for the Bishop Suter Trust. The first part of the report deals with the general requirements, and then if you look at 4.15 is where we have the specific requests. Those are around governance, so a succession plan in terms of mentoring a future chair of the board. We've asked for details on risk management for dealing with risks and hazards, mitigation strategies and response plans to cyber attacks and natural hazards. And then the third one there is to outline in the statement of intent how the Trust meets its good employer obligations, and in particular in relation to fair pay and equal employment opportunities. And then we have a fourth one which is up on the board now.
Thank you. So I'm looking for any questions. We've got Councillor Rutledge and Mr. Murray.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Michelle, appreciate you may not be able to answer this today, but it would be good to be able to answer this into the future, maybe before we finalise an SOI. Has there been any work done on what the economic impact to Nelson of the Suter is, or has been since it's been opened? And I guess specifically what I'd be looking for would be money coming from out of town. You know, do people travel to visit the Suter as a specific attraction?
Yeah.
Through the Chair, yes, I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that, but it's certainly something we can look into, and you know, I can talk to Roger about that as well, and perhaps something to include in our next round of information gathering.
Mr Murray?
Thank you. I just wanted to test just whether we should be thinking as a specific matter around some requirement that the Suda Trust develops its relationship with the TDC with a view to increasing the funding. I know we're sort of on the same page, but an explicit expectation around that may be helpful in the context of the situation. I just wanted to test that as to whether that was a thought or if the appetite of the committee is to do so.
Any comments from the Acting Chief Executive?
So through the chair, I mean, that's certainly something that I suppose I'm just trying to work out what you would be expecting to come back in the statement of intent for next year around that. Because really the statement of expectation is around what we are wanting to see in the statement of intent. And it's probably a longer term relationship issue as the board member explained.
I think that in principle, we all know that and I know the Suda because it came up, as I said earlier, at the annual general meeting, are desirous of the TDC contributing more to this truly regional facility. And I have some support for the idea of formally putting it into our statement of expectation that we would like to see that done. So I have some support for it. Any other speakers? Councillor Rutledge, you've already spoken.
Yeah, I just wonder if I could offer a suggestion perhaps on that theme, and that would be around an expectation that the percentage of the operating grant, the total budget that's provided by NCC decreases. So not necessarily the quantum of our grant, but and it gives the board the opportunity to seek funding from any number of sources, but sets the expectation that every time that the budget needs to increase, it doesn't automatically come in the same proportion from NCC.
Nikki, do you wish to comment? The other Nikki.
Through the chair, just for something for the committee members to think about is this is an issue we're wanting to see pursued with TDC. Possibly that suggestion that's just been made might actually be putting the pressure on the suitor rather than the party that you're intending to influence. I think that would place quite a lot of stress on the suitor as an objective like that.
And I think the complexity of what you're suggesting is compared to just a general requirement that it be looked at is it would create difficulties along the lines that Nikki has presented. Now, Councillor Noonan, then Councillor Dahlberg.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Yes, I agree with the officer. I'm sitting here thinking, well, in theory, it's probably an advantage to do that, but can you get blood out of a stone is really what comes to mind. But so I don't know that it's reasonable to put that expectation on. But I think in theory, I think that the suggestion that Mr Murray has is valid, and I just wonder about it's all in the wording and what you actually expect. So I guess somebody needs to frame up some proposed wording and that we can live with, but bearing in mind the officer's advice.
Thank you. Mr Murray, you might put pen to paper if you wish. Councillor Dahlberg.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Yeah, I'm in line up with the other councillors and not putting the pressure on the suitor. But what I am aware of with the museum, for example, shared facility, they got traction there when we did some data on shows out in the TDC region. So maybe a suggestion would be that can the suitor collect data on people turning up, who's using it? If they're holding facilities in there, what sort of ratios? I think if TDC can see some sort of benefit, number-wise, not just you own part of the region, I think you might get some traction. So maybe some work done around on numbers of TDC and regional users might assist.
I appreciate what you say. I again think that at this stage, to include that much detail into what we're proposing for a letter of expectation, I think our approach as a council is much better if it's done through the joint council meetings, direct to TDC. That's my view. So, Mr. Murray, a suggestion for perhaps another bullet point.
Is this a suggestion? Thank you.
Who's that?
I don't know. And next
So, Your Worship, we're just we're just adjourning a little while we wait for some screen to appear.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
And then if this is appropriate and supported, I'll look for someone to move the recommendation with the inclusion of the climate and the TDC. If Councillor Dahlberg has given an early indication he would move it. Right, everyone can see it. Can you see that, Mayor Rachel?
If you could just read me the words in relation to the TDC, that would be useful.
Okay. Well, I'll do both for you. Climate change responsiveness, including risk, resilience, mitigation and adaptation. And the last one, the fifth bullet point, development of the relationship with Tasman District Council with a view to increasing funding from that source. So that formalises the situation that this council would like to see pursued.
Thank you, I'm happy with those.
Good. So it's been moved by Councillor Dahlberg. I'm looking for a seconder. First one I saw was Councillor Noonan. Is there any further discussion? There isn't. I'll put it all in favour. Please say aye. Aye. Against? Aye. Against? I declare it carried. So thank you, trust members. Can I, on behalf of Council, thank you for coming and thank you for the great work that you're doing. I think the results of the number of people you're attending, and I hope locals, continues to increase. I would love to see that gully collection put up for display at some stage because we hear about it on the radio all the time. And it would be of great local interest to me. And I presume that I'm typical of many. So thank you again for coming. We move now to item number... Oh, actually, is Mrs. Collingwood here still? She is. Due to the fact that, that it's been a very long wait for you when you weren't indicated as to what time you're on the agenda, I'm prepared to take your item now. So we are looking at item 13, the Sister City Coordinator's Report. Thank you, Gail, for the work that you're doing. And thank you for going to the conferences every year.
I will stay on to listen to the international relationships policy as well because it was all tied up with the Sister City matters.
That's understandable. And page 236.
It's not the best time to actually report at this time of the day because the brain is starving for food. So I hope that you can concentrate just a little bit.
I have great expectations that all of our brains are working hard. We're very practiced in doing this now. We have lots of long meetings.
Okay. I won't make any further comments.
Thank you.
I just find it stressful sitting at the back.
You don't know how lucky you are.
I'm wasting time. Okay, now I don't have a huge presentation like all of the presentations that you've had. I presume you have read these few pages. It's very short.
Yes.
But there are a couple of things that I'd like to point out or just reiterate to you. And the first is in 2.4 and the last sentence. The Embassy of Japan flew over from Wellington and held the very first stall at the Cherry Blossom Festival, which was held on a perfectly timed day, weather-wise and cherry blossom-wise. So I think that the support from the Embassy of Japan for the Miyatsu Association is very evident. The fact that they took the time to send staff over here. Of course, they had another interest. They were very busy promoting the 2019 Rugby World Cup and the 2020 Olympic Games. And just another area of support in the next 2.5, where the association was overwhelmed with people wanting to homestay the 5 students who visited last year from Miyatsu. And then down to 2.7, the Nelson China Friendship Society is going to have a friendship delegation to Huangshe in 2019. And I just put a little sentence in there saying this is an opportunity that councillors and staff might like to participate into visiting the sister city in China and learning more about that city and what it offers, particularly for business. It's also a time to strengthen that relationship again, because China had been largely looked after by the EDA and the Nelson Regional Development Agency, and they have now pulled away from that, as you'll read in the international policy and also in here. And so there's time now to strengthen the relationships again through the Mayor's office. It's very important to pick that up again, because most of the communications had moved out through the EDA. So going down to 2.12, I attended the Miyatsu Association AGM a couple of weeks back, and the numbers of people who attended the AGM had dropped back considerably, and they were having a problem with finding membership to actually keep that organisation buoyant and alive and able to deliver the service for the council. Because remember, these are your sister city relationships. These voluntary organisations are delivering on your behalf with the funding that's provided for them. So if anybody is interested in becoming part of that organisation and also helping them and working with them to deliver the sister city relationship, they're welcome to hear from you, and they're going to be holding their first meeting next on the 6th, next Tuesday I think that might be, and I can give people information about where it's going to be held if anyone is interested. Or you might have friends who have a particular interest in Japan and strengthening this relationship for the council and delivering the services for Miyatsu Association.
Thank you. I'm sure Councillor Dahlberg will be working along the same lines as our representative.
Of course, he doesn't know about it until I'm just speaking about. Oh no, he would have read this during the last few days. So yes, so this is quite a new happening, and they really are looking for help in some way or another. We welcomed during the year a member of the Youth Council, Alex Hunter, to our meetings, and she has been dutifully attending. We kind of jumped ahead a bit from the international policy, because this is now included in that international policy, but it's great value to have a young person on the committee, because so much work has been done in the past, and you'll see that one was going to be a visit, an exchange from Young Jung again next year. So much work is done through young people. I might have jumped ahead a bit then. But anyway, down to 2.20, there's an effort happening at the moment to name the walkway, no, it's not a walkway I'm told, an accessway in Washington Valley to recognise the first person from China granted New Zealand citizenship, Apo Hopton. So I understand that's happening, having the responses to the consultation is slowing that down. And just in a personal capacity, but connected to my sister city work, I presented again to the Brook Reserve Management Plan. I've been doing this since 2015. I hope that that will reach some sort of conclusion at some point in the lifespan of a council. And I'm really presented to keep Eureka Park on the radar, because sometimes things can slip down between the cracks and the floorboards. So that is my report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, there was one thing I have missed out, and I didn't write it in the report, but back in July, the Miatsu Association informed us and the Mayor that a new Mayor has been elected to Miatsu. The previous Mayor, who Councillor Barker will be extremely familiar with him, has retired, and the new Mayor is Mayor Masafumi Kisaki, and strengthening that relationship by helping the Miatsu Association and maybe having a visit from him to Nelson at some point in time, I think would be extremely useful. You have to keep sister city relationships alive, and in the previous conference at Invercargill, they talked about it being like a marriage. So don't get a 7-year itch, but all of these are much longer than 7 years, but there might be multiples of 7 years, and that you have to keep these relationships alive. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a card at home. I'm not sure where I got it from. It must have I have the new Mayor's card.
Oh, right, okay.
So, yeah, I do have it, so I have been made aware of that. And I will be sending him my usual Christmas card very shortly.
Oh, very good, very good. Well, he was only appointed in July, so it's very quick work.
Thank you. Any questions? Well, it's a very comprehensive report and well presented, and you've outlined the matters that we need to think about, including the support and membership of the Miazu subcommittee. So thank you again. Would someone like to move the motion? Moved by Councillor Dahlberg, which is appropriate, seconded by Mr. Peters. Any further discussion? If not, I'll put it all in favour, please say aye. Against? Declare it carried. Now we go back to item number 10. Item number 10 is the next one. And the presenter for this is Mary. Yes, of course. I read Mary's report. Mary? This is on pages 119 to 136.
Good morning.
Any changes or alterations?
No changes or corrections, and I'll take the report as read. So if you have any questions, fire away.
It's open for questions. TDC?
Yes, he does have a question.
So I've got a question from Mr. Murray.
Not about the TDC. Thank you. I suppose just to be a little bit provocative about this, international relations policy, when I sort of looked at this in conjunction with the Sister Cities report that we've just had, I suppose I started at a point of, well, this obviously started several years ago, a long time ago, and the world was quite different then. We didn't have internet, we didn't have Facebook, we didn't have NZTE, we didn't have everyone through the business itself and education providers going to these places independently of council. And so I was sort of questioning myself around, has this thing done its thing and time's passed it on, and now we've moved into another phase of our society and how it works, and whether our investment in this at this point in time is actually providing the benefits that we should be seeing for the investment that we're making, both in time, energy and dollars and cents. So I was sort of trying to figure out in my mind around what, in today's environment, what were the benefits in a real sense that we were getting from these relationships that we've got to justify what we're doing with it in today's changed environment out there, both, around, things like the internet and Facebook, etc., etc. So the question is, I suppose, if I could just run that through, is this worthwhile doing?
Through the chair, you're referring to the sister city relationships themselves as opposed to the international relationship policy that is covering the relationships.
Presumably the sister city stuff is a subset of this, but quite a big subset of it. Yes. So without the policy, we wouldn't have sister cities.
Through the chair, the international relationships policy is defining what we currently have. If we don't have an international relationships policy, we still have in existence our three sister city relationships.
Right, so again, I suppose the question is how relevant is that in today's environment? And do we get the benefits to justify the investment?
Through the chair, I'm not sure I am the right person to be answering that question.
I think if you look at the policy in section 5 of the policy on page 117. We'll move now to Councillor Dahlberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just probably a bit of a comment before I get to my question is that when I first came on to this committee, there was a loose sort of wording around it, and I got to say, if you're trying to pick it up, it was a bit of a challenge. And I think this document over about a year and a half has given some direction, I think, and also it's good for both our staff. More importantly, it's extremely good for the parts of our community that it involves. We are a multicultural city. We've got one of the most, I think, about the 5th diverse city and region in New Zealand. So I think if you think diversity is important and you think connecting with people is important, then probably having a policy statement that assists with that is good. Not only does it also give some sort of surety around funding and funding assistances to some smaller groups. I think Ms. Collingwood, Gail suggested that these are ageing groups, and we certainly don't want them running around doing raffles and cake stalls while trying to put Nelson with our smart little city, engaging these groups. Now from Australia, if you want to be, what's it actually do for you? In Nelson we had the Japanese embassy staff turning up here, all being it, we could say, well, it's because of Rugby World Cup and it suits them, but we've had 2 or 3 visits from them now. We've had Chinese delegations that I've been involved with, and the Mayor's presenting. We had a fabulous, I think it was 40 years for Mahazu in this building here, in our chamber, and we got a direct connection with some main people in that community. We had another meeting with 3 major businesses, and I think it was Honshu. So, yes, it does generate something. Yes, it does. I think the challenge that some of the councils might be asking, how do you generate that to business? The answer probably is this is a friendship, relationships, basically. And so it starts off being friends, and as you get more involved with friends, maybe they become businesses, acquaintance, and that is actually generating that. Probably the piece here that could be of a concern that the Regional Development Agency is stepping away, but it may be because their budget funding and the challenge for that is not what they want to engage with. But from my observation over the last 2 years, and for the amount of money we put in, and also our staff's involvement is very major part of this. I think it's a value for our council, and it's value for our region, so I definitely supporting this.
So we can move onward a little bit from questions, but I will take an indication from you that you're intending to move the motion.
So I am, but probably the question really is,
Just a moment, Your Worship.
Probably the question then really is from asking the staff is if we didn't have the city engaged with international relationships, would we get the likes of the Japanese embassy and the Chinese embassy turning up in town? Or does this give us an advantage in engagement with these people?
Through the chair, I feel that there would be occasions when we would get embassy visitors visiting us, but this is a very good vehicle for bringing them through the events that are put on by our sister city associations into Nelson. So it facilitates it.
Thank you.
And probably the second question would be 3,000 people turning up to Maizu Gardens for the Blossom Festival. How do you think that rates in festivals around Nelson?
Through the chair, I was there. It was absolutely delightful, and I was blown away by what an incredible event it was. And I feel that it's way up there in the events that are put on through the council organisations.
And I would agree. Your Worship, as the person who heads the city when all these international events occur, have you got a question?
I do, Mr. Chair, and my apologies that I haven't been at this. I must have been on leave when this came through the Sister City meeting. Questions for Mary. Mary, I'm having a little bit of trouble putting this international relations policy in context with the Sister City relationship, and I can see that you've got an attachment here which is the Sister City protocols. Is there an actual Sister City policy that sits separately to this international relations policy?
Through the chair, no, there isn't, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. So, Mary, I've had a look at this, and I actually think it reads more as a Sister City policy than an international relations policy, because I don't think it actually reflects the amount of international engagement that goes on for us as a city. And perhaps for the benefit of the committee, Mr. Chair, I'd just say that we have international engagement on a very regular basis through our office. I'll use the example of the All Blacks Test match, where we hosted the Argentinian ambassador and prepared an event for him. There's follow-up from that relationship in relation to potential international pianist who developing a link through the Nelson Centre for Musical Arts. And we don't have any mechanism or policy that sits around that sort of work. It creates very positive work for my office, but it is certainly wouldn't fit within this policy. And essentially what this policy would do, in my view, is it could be used as a essentially a blocking mechanism to say, no, those sort of matters are not covered by this. We can only have 3 formal relationships. This will direct where the efforts will go, because as I read the policy, it's very much written around the sister city relationships and not on the broader context of the international relationships. And they go very much to country often, where we would be dealing with the Chinese ambassador on or Consul General in Christchurch, or as Mr. Chi have noted, the Japanese ambassador, who also maintains strong relationships. Again, we've hosted, as you'll recall, councillors, delegations of ambassadors from around the world, and so we've had those responsibilities as hosts, and many of you have participated in those activities. We have been hosts for delegates from senators from the United States previously. So there are a number of international connections that we make, and I just don't think this policy actually addresses those. In fact, what it signals is that the organisation perhaps hasn't turned its mind to the degree of international relationships that we have.
Mary, you want to comment?
Through the chair, Your Worship, I do agree with you that the emphasis of this policy is definitely lies with the sister city relationships. So I wonder if perhaps the difficulty may be that it's got an incorrect title to the policy, and that perhaps we could call this, rename this something more associated with sister city relationships rather than international relationships as a whole.
Through Mr. Chair, I think it will be more appropriate. But what I think it does is it highlights for me that there's still some further work to do around understanding the broader role that a city plays in terms of international relationships. And one of the, you could say it's one of the benefits of us being quite close to Wellington is that we're often a destination for international visitors, diplomatic visitors, because it's a good region to visit. We have performed very well as a council in terms of being a host, and we are asked, and we manage that. Sometimes we decline them just because of the workload, but we don't have a policy context for them or any budget.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Before we move, there are two more questions to come, but I'm going to ask Councillor Dahlberg, as you indicated you are preparing to move something, would you be happy to move that this be approved as a sister cities policy, and that we ask for a draft international policy to be prepared for another meeting?
Very happy with that, Mr. Chair.
You hear that, Your Worship?
Very happy with that, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just one other matter if I could raise. I wonder if it could be done in principle, because I can see in this the attachment to the report on page 124 that there's been no engagement with Māori in undertaking the preparation of this report. And I can see that there are sections within the attachments that relate to Māori protocol, and my brief reading of those would suggest that there needs to be some further engagement.
That's a fair point. So I will take two questions, and then I propose that we reach a conclusion on this. Councillor Rutledge and Nathaniel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it certainly endorsed the Mayor's comments on this, and I almost question whether there is a rush to get this out the door today, or whether we should set this policy in the context of the international relations policy that obviously needs a lot of work, and that might be a better structure as opposed to sort of trying to shoehorn it in later. So it'd be sort of my thoughts that maybe we should let this lie while we sort things out. If I look at we've been discussing about what the benefits are, and I see on section 4, page 126, what the international relations contribute to, and there's the community and culture stuff 4.2, and I think there's been reference to the Blossom Festival and others, and absolutely I think that's very valid. 4.3 is around the economy. And I can't help wondering that if the NRDA have pulled out of this, then that would be an indication that they don't see these relationships being lined up with the expectations that we have set in regards to enhancing the economy of Nelson. So I just wonder if there has been any work done to quantify what these relationships are in fact delivering to Nelson in terms of economic benefit.
Through the chair, during the time that I have been the council support person for the Sister City Relationship Coordinating Group, no specific research has either been conducted by the group or presented to the group on the economic benefit.
Okay, so that sort of raises questions for me then. If that's one of the key reasons why we might have these relationships, why are we not seeking to quantify and measure that, and therefore, what is that an appropriate thing to sit within the sister cities context, or is the sister cities relationships more around the community and culture side of things?
It's a difficult question. From long experience in this area, any measurement of the economic benefits of sister city relationships, and many attempts are made to start up agreements, deals, trade. Very, very difficult to measure the benefits. I would just respond to your
so I wouldn't disagree with you.
To ask people to do what is very difficult, almost impossible, is it worthwhile?
So I wouldn't disagree with you, Mr. Chair, but that means that I question whether we should have that as a goal or expected outcome of this policy. If it's something that we can't quantify, measure, or anything else.
I do agree that it's always been an unwritten benefit that council has seen, that the relationship will engender trade and will engender economic benefits at both ends. And it may be very well. Is that not mentioned at all in the policy, Mary?
The economic benefit is mentioned on page 126, paragraph 4.3, but is not specified in more detail other than that general paragraph, dividing it up between cultural and economic benefits.
I see that, and I think that's pretty good. Councillor Dolbeck, are you prepared to move that the policy to be renamed as the Sister Cities Policy be approved in principle, so that will allow a look at the Maori involvement?
The wording on the lead there being international definitely needs to change. I think the Mayor's comment there, we do actually have a lack of an international relationship policy overall.
That's the second part.
But on here, so I think that needs to be Sister City. I think I need to address the other component about the economic benefit. That committee there basically just hosts people that are visiting the region. And then you have got a economic development agency, Bill Fanlander, who then took them on a process around the region. So that is not what the council does, but that is the opportunity when they're here. So that needs to be picked up on. I'm not too sure if the council can qualify that, because we don't deal with the net outcome. But back to your question, yes, I'm comfortable that gets readdressed to the city. Yes, and the international policy needs to be developed, yes.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Have a seconder for that? I'm looking for a seconder. It's been moved by Councillor Dolbeck. Been seconded by Councillor Walker. But first I want to give Nathaniel the opportunity to ask his question.
Thank you very much. I definitely agree with all of the councillors' comments on this issue. Thank you very much for your report. I don't want to take us off topic, but I had a quick inquiry on a slightly different angle. Of course, community engagement is really important in this relationship between sister cities. And this is purely a governmental strategy. But I was wondering if council had any goals or a vision around the community role in the sister cities and international relationships.
With respect to the specific sister city relationships, a huge amount of the community engagement is done through our sister city associations, and they conduct the majority of the engagement with the local community on council's behalf.
Right. Mr. Peters, did you? Yes.
I appreciate you put a motion there. Thank you. Got a motion there, Mr. Chairman. As it stands, I would vote against the motion on the basis that I'm a firm believer in do it once, do it right. And I think the approach that calls for an international relationship policy which includes a comprehensive focus on sister cities that we have here would be a far more effective and less onerous task than having two policies. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Murray?
I'd echo those sentiments. I'm not against sister cities. I just don't think that we're in the right space to do it this way. I think we do it once, do it right, and it's not all incorporating policy. I think it's too messy otherwise. I'll be voting against it.
Both of you would be suggesting the matter lie on the table for, just the matter lie on the table so that we can have it come back?
I'd be happy for it to be lying on the table, yes.
Councillor Courtney.
I'll second that.
Chair, I'm in favour of progressing the sister cities policy. It's been years coming here before us, a long time coming, so I would be far happier myself to progress that and then have a fresh look, because I'm inclined to agree with the other speakers in respect to this. We have a fresh look at the international relationship policy as quite a separate policy altogether, rather than intertwine them as been perhaps suggested here. So I would prefer that we drop off that last piece about the international relationship policy, because we seem to be making that decision on the run here today, and I'd feel much more comfortable if we just went with changing the name. All the work's gone into this, change the name to the Sister Cities policy.
As is in the bottom part of that up there.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, so we have in effect got an amendment, and the amendment was moved by Mr. Murray and seconded by Councillor Noonan, that the matter lie on the table. So do people wish to speak to that amendment? Councillor Rutledge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I strongly support the amendment. I think doing things on the run, as just mentioned, is absolutely reading something in a meeting going, geez, we might not have the title right, let's change the title and hope the rest of the thing flows. And I'm just not sure that's prudent. So I support the Sister Cities program, I support the intention, but I certainly support the sentiment around do this properly, do it once, and the lead document has to be the international relationships policy, and the Sister Cities slots in that somewhere.
Okay, thank you. We've got the message. Councillor Noonan.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Chair, look, I think by leaving it to lie on the table, I would be looking to the officers to give us some advice on whether one policy covers both issues or whether it would be better to have two separate policies, and we just don't have that information, and we shouldn't probably be making a decision without having that, which is why I support the amendment.
I would like to put that amendment. You wish to speak?
I just want to understand, sorry, is it a procedural motion to let it lie, or is it a substantive amendment to let it lie? What's happening?
Sorry, there's been a motion, an amendment to let it lie on the table.
Okay.
That's, what the amendment is that the matter lie on the table.
What's up there though? Is the amendment, is not what's up there.
Right. They haven't had a chance to get it up there yet.
Okay, that's fine. No, I just want to understand.
We all understand.
As long as it's a procedural motion, just let it lie, and I just wasn't sure whether it was.
So before I put it, Councillor Dahlberg.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, this is your Sister City committee bringing a policy that's been worked on for a year and a half, and the wording really is the only thing that's a problem here is the initial wording, international compared to Sister City. That's the first bit, because that's what that policy document is for. And when I read it, still reads right. The piece that the Mayor highlighted earlier is that we actually haven't got an international, which is totally separate, because we don't have international sister city relationships with, I think it was Brazil we just had there, or Argentina, which is a totally different arrangement. How do we actually address that? What's the process when these people address contact with us? This here is actually a set of people who have gone to a step to become a sister city, and variations of that. It's put that all in context to tidy it up. The international relationship, to me, is a totally separate document, and that's what that bottom there is requesting us to investigate that.
Yes. Okay, I take your point. I just make the comment that it's been a long time coming here, just waiting a little bit longer to get it right. It would be common sense to me. Mr. Peters, and then replying as amendment mover.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we're going to confine this to a sister city only, then I suggest that there are some superfluous or inappropriate paragraphs in this that relate to international relationships, 8.18, 8.19, 8.10, and 8.11. Would we want any other thing to seek the sister city coordination in relation to things like visit from Argentina? So I suggest that this will need some amendment even to stand as a sister city.
You're speaking in favour of the amendment?
A sister city policy on its own. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the final game breaker for me, and asking it to be laid on the table, is, Bill, I totally get what you're saying about the process, but iwi have not been engaged, and they must be engaged in this policy because they are a fundamental part of it. So until iwi's engaged in this policy, I can't see how we can move it anywhere.
Thank you. I now intend to put the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those against? I declare it carried. Becomes a substantive motion. I'll put it to the meeting. All those in favour again will say aye.
Aye.
And those against? So that becomes the motion. We're going to do it once. Mary, I'm sorry, it's going to go back to you, but you'll have to bring it back to us next year.
Thank you.
That completes item number 10. We're looking at the clock. We're
good to do another one.
We'll do one more before lunch, and we have Nelmac coming in immediately after lunch. So the next item I think must be number 11. Pages 137 to 223. And we have Gabriel here to present the report. Welcome, Gabriel. I see you've got a lot of support from members of the staff whose activities feature in the resident survey, and I'm sure they'll be listening intently to what's discussed today. So are there any alterations or changes to your report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. No changes. We have prepared a PowerPoint which we can take you through, which I think will make it easier to follow the report.
I found the report very easy to read, and I got the picture very, very quickly by reading it. So
great.
If we can zoom through this PowerPoint, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's helpful. Okay, so the first, quickly, what, why and how. We do the resident survey every year. We've been doing it for 20 years now, and it's a method to gather customer use and satisfaction data for a number of performance measures in the LTP. This one, of course, refers to or reflects on the year 2017 to 18 as in the 2015 to 25 LTP. This year's residents, or last year's, the year that we're talking about, the resident survey consisted of 407 10-minute telephone surveys to randomly selected residents and 40 door-to-door interviews which were targeting those in the younger age group. At the same time, we ran an online survey which had a response rate of 429 people. You'll see in the next slide
Can I just ask how those people selected themselves? What was the method they used to be the person who submitted?
So through the chair, in respect to the online survey, people were self-selecting, and if you have a look at the statistics, you'll see that there's a much higher proportion of women and people in the younger age group that opted to participate in the online survey.
So again, I ask, how would I have decided that I wanted to be an online survey presenter? What did I miss?
Through the chair, there was a database built up over some time when we were requesting submissions on other matters. We would say, do you wish to participate in future in council consultation? People would select that, and that's how we built up the group from which those were
invited.
Yes, invited.
Thank you.
In the interest of time, that slide may not be so interesting. So if we move on into the first area, which is transport, and I'll just ask that Marg comes down, and because she'll be able to answer the questions that specific questions that you might have on transport.
All right, then we'll deal with it topic by topic.
Topic by topic, and we'll move through. So in the first instance, we had a target which was that more than 50% were satisfied or very satisfied, and less than 10% dissatisfied or very dissatisfied. And as you can see, we weren't at that target. That measure has since been removed from the LTP. Do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
Councillor Noonan?
I guess my first question is, who decides what's removed and what's added? How does that work? What's that process? I have got a couple of questions, Mr Chair, sorry.
Through the chair, that's decided by council, initially by the committees as they work with staff on the asset management plans and what they want to measure and what targets they want. And then key ones are selected to be put into the long-term plan, which are then reported against for each annual report.
So when would they have been done? When would that decision have been done? Quite some time ago.
Yes, last year when you were working on the annual, on the asset management plans.
I hate to ask, but did we realise what we were doing at the time?
Don't ask.
I have got some other questions on transport. It's interesting, I'd have to say, that men seem to be more satisfied than women, and I'd like to know whether you asked whether the women were married or single.
I'm pleased you asked that question.
I'm probably the only person who can ask that question.
Through the chair, no, that question was not asked.
No, I suggest you might like to do that, because I think that I'd be very interested to know. The other question I've got, which is some of these are general, but which will cover all areas. The 2018 census, when were you likely to get the results of that?
Through the chair, I think the earliest we can expect those is mid next year. So there's been a series of delays, and we've had a recent communication that there's a further delay to that information.
Thank you. That's very unhelpful, really, isn't it? And I guess the main one, that the last question I've got in transport is, it's a surprise, I think, to me in particular, that the method or mode of transport, in particular the walking and cycling, has dropped quite, I think, significantly. Is there any commentary on the purpose or the reason for that, perhaps?
Thank you. Through the chair. Yes, I'd just point out that this resident satisfaction survey asks a specific question on a specific day. How did you get to work on that day? So we measure walking, cycling, public transport use in a number of ways throughout the year. We carry out screen counts at a number of locations, and they are carried out twice a year, as well as some additional. There's lots of counting we do, essentially. What I can say is that counting shows cycling and walking is actually on the increase overall. So it may not be reflected in the resident survey in terms of how they journeyed to work on that day. The census data will give us a better understanding of that. The census data will also ask not only how do they journey to work, but for the first time it's going to ask how people under the age of 16 have travelled to and from education. And it's the usual mode of travel, not the travel they took that day. The other thing I would point out is that the resident survey took place a month later this year, so we don't fully understand the effect that cooler weather may have had on the survey result. So walking and cycling overall seems to be increasing. It doesn't yet, it is suggested, fully transfer across to the journey to work, so we know we have a lot more walking and cycling recreationally. We are working very hard with our travel demand management work and workplace travel planning, school planning, to make that transition happen more often.
I guess because, through the chair, the question, because it's only a snapshot on a particular day, that could have impacted. I'm just wondering if you know what the weather was like that day. I know it might sound an odd question, but if it's pouring with rain and you normally bike or walk, you might not that day. Do you have any recollection of what the weather was like?
Through the chair, that's a very good question that we haven't considered. The survey is actually carried over the period of a week, so we'd need to look at that whole weather for that week. I think it's a good thing to do going forward.
Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you to Marg. You're doing a review, aren't you, in early next year on transport, is that correct?
Through the chair, we're doing a public transport review in 2019-20, which will be a large piece of work, yes.
Is there a likelihood that anything in here will influence you when you're preparing for that? Other than, I thought you picked up the walking and cycling, was there anything else that you've noticed compared to other years that is changing?
Through the chair, the survey suggests that some of the levels of dissatisfaction around public transport are that the buses don't go where people want them, and that will be part of the work that we do, will be to look at where the demand are, whether there will be another number of options explored in terms of frequency and coverage of bus routes as part of that public transport review.
Just to follow up, can I have it clearly, when is that public transport review that you said?
The review will be carried out during the 2019-20 financial year.
No specific date?
No, at the moment we are scoping that work with a consultant.
Thank you. Councillor Dalberg.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. The question would really be around about the traffic survey or us providing sufficient transport options. And now you're telling us that on a wet day it changes, which is obvious. So how do we cope with our other 15-20% people arriving on buses or wanting car parks because they don't need bike parks on that day? So how do you get around that? So do you, when you're doing your transport management plan, do you allow for a maximum number of people? Because on a wet day they're all going to be full.
Through the chair, I'm not 100% sure what you're asking. I know that we do parking occupancy surveys regularly, and I do have an officer in the back of the room that may be able to speak to that, but the parking in the city at this stage, we monitor the demand for that. I'm not sure that we get right down to weather patterns. We know that some days are busier than others, and certainly in the summertime when it's finer, the parking has a higher occupancy rate. Yeah, I'm not sure that I'm 100% sure of what you're asking me, and I'm not sure that the officer in the back can give me any assistance. Just to...
Yeah.
We tell you, Mr Chair, is that the answer being if you're a car user and you suddenly realise there's heaps of spare car parks, and then on a wet day everyone else who's cycling or walking suddenly starts, dare I say, going into your mode of transport. I'm thinking that could be inconvenient or even hazardous with more people moving around.
Through the chair, I really am struggling a little here I know that we have sufficient parking at this stage. The survey is telling us that people are still driving their cars, single occupancy vehicles are still travelling into the city. In fact, that has gone up. So obviously parking is not deterring people. They are still finding somewhere to park in the cooler winter months, whether for a short or a long-term stay.
I want to thank you, Nan. I think we've got other sections to go through, so that completes the set questions on this one.
Mr Chair, could I just ask a question? Oh.
Yeah, Councillor Rutledge and then you, Mayor Rachel.
Thank you.
So my questions probably will cover me for a lot of things going forward as well. The survey methodology and particularly the selection bias around the online stuff, initially I had concerns about that because my observations are generally those people who who submit to council are those who are in some way disaffected by what council is doing.
Fact of life.
So does the methodology we use, would that hold up to good standards of survey procurement or academic rigour, if you will?
So through the chair, yes, the resident survey results certainly are robust in their methodology. They have a high confidence level, it's at 95%, which means that if that survey was run 100 times, that those results are likely to be the same. The population demographics are weighted to be representative as per the 2013 census, so that we're clear that we've got good representation of the population. They're also random samples, so that by random, that there's a variety of methods that the research companies use to select respondents, anything from choosing the fifth person in the telephone book repetitively to other methods.
Thank you.
The online survey is totally self-selected, so we've got no way of, well, we can tell from those statistics that I showed in the slide before that it is not representative in terms of a demographic population across Nelson, but we have no way of testing whether they are interested in providing feedback because they're unhappy in general with council. What I can say is that some other councils around New Zealand have discontinued doing online surveying for that reason, because they don't feel it's an accurate picture in terms of representation.
Great, thank you. Before I go to the Mayor, I just want to say that I want to complete the questioning and the discussion on the methodology. Now we want to deal with the results from here.
So
Mayor Rachel?
Last question on the methodology.
Sorry, Councillor Rutledge, will allow you one more. Be succinct, please.
Thank you. The confidence intervals that we're talking about, are they at a total level, or do they apply down to each, down to each individual band here? So if we're looking at a difference between 10 to 8, is that something that we have a 95% confidence that that's a real change, or is that sitting within margin of error and we actually can't be confident that that's really any different?
Through the chair, the confidence interview should be reassuring you that the population that was surveyed is representative of the population across in terms of gender and age.
So you haven't calculated confidence intervals on each individual item throughout. Just trying to dust off stats that I quite a distant memory, but
through the chair, that has not been current practice in the way that these research surveys are carried out. So no, that has not been done at that level.
Right. Thank you.
Which means
we've done the methodology to death. Mayor Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gabrielle, can you tell me, in terms of these results, this is a general question, have we got any change in employment, so in terms of the number of people in full-time employment this time to last time?
Through the chair, I'll have to actually refer to the resident survey to answer that question.
Sure, that's the
okay, that's fine. We can come back to me on. You see, I'm only interested in the resident survey. I think the material that we're getting from the other ones probably not particularly helpful for us. So, can I just reconcile? So it's a general question, but can I just reconcile on the transport one? Ms. Parker's comment was that the question was, how did you travel to work today? And I'm looking at page 162, which has the one of the transport pages, and it says, how do residents normally get to work? So can I just be clear on what actually is asked of the respondents?
Through the chair, yes, my apologies, I may have mixed that up. The resident survey asks the main way of travel. In the past, the census survey has asked specifically, how did you get to work today, but that is changing.
Completely different picture.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. It is a completely different picture.
Right.
Right.
So
The reason I'm asking, Mr. Chair, is because I'm interested in whether given age and population, other factors, whether we're seeing changes in the proportion of people in Nelson are in full-time work versus part-time work, and whether that influences their travel choice. But we can get, it's not vital for today. I'm happy to have that another day.
thank you.
Through the Chair, just responding to the Mayor's question on not in the workforce, on page 162 of which is the actual results of the resident survey, it shows that not in the workforce was 28% in respect of this particular survey, and it was previously 31% in 2017.
Good, thank you for that. Well, we've got the results in front of us. In fact, they do not surprise me. I think they're entirely valid, and the methodology, I think it stands right up to it. It doesn't surprise me whatsoever. It's what I see on the streets myself. Moving on to the next topic, please, Gabrielle.
Yes, so the next topic is the Suter Art Gallery. The results of these, just to note that the 85% from the resident survey and the 52% from the online survey is talking about users of the Suter Art Gallery.
Any questions? You may not be aware, but this came to light earlier when the Suter Trust Board were here. No further questions on that one, we'll move on.
Okay, the next area is, sorry, I've gone too quickly, satisfaction with public art. The target was 75% satisfied, very satisfied with public art in Nelson, and as you can see, both results were very similar, but that were lower than that measure.
I noted they were very low, and I noted also the trend on the graph at the top of page 143 shows us a trend towards that. So, any questions? Councillor Rutledge.
So, if I'm reading this right, that this satisfied, dissatisfied will capture people who are dissatisfied because there's not enough and it's not of high enough quality, as well as dissatisfied that there's too much and we spend too much on it, or there's too much and they still don't like it. That's right. So it's a total measure. Does this provide any direction for us then as to what to do in this area?
Yes, through the Chair, you're right. A person can say they're dissatisfied for a range of reasons, and interestingly, some people even said they were dissatisfied because there wasn't enough art. So it wasn't actually a dissatisfaction with the art that we've got, but they'd actually like to see more art.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So again, does that give us direction?
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, just regarding this, I see that they're going to be removing that from the questions, but I actually think it might be important to have it there because, as I've just heard the officer say, if there are some people that want more art, then how are we going to know what it is? I think we need to actually delve a little bit more into this one because I'd like to know exactly why there is dissatisfaction and if there's not enough of it. And the other part of it I think is important, that if we have funding for public art, which we do, I think then the messaging and the communications probably needs to be stronger as to how it actually works. So I think there's some work that probably should be done in this. I'd like to actually have it retained, so I don't know whether I can request that through this meeting or whether it needs to come through my committee, I don't know. But I just think, I don't know whether Mark wants to make a comment. He's nodding, which is a good sign.
Yeah, my view is that we need to understand what the dissatisfaction represents, has already been discussed. Whether the survey is the best tool to gather that is up for debate. And certainly the current question in its current form, I would argue, is exactly as been talked about today, doesn't really answer that question at the moment. So, but it is an important question that we need to know.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that's very helpful. And it needs to be addressed. How we do it, I'm not sure. So if we can leave it open,
this could come back to your committee. We'll leave that for you to agenda somewhere else.
I'll get Mark to bring that back.
Thank you. Yeah, how we interpret these things is the most important thing. Attendance at events. this came up at your committee, Councillor Noonan, on Tuesday, when we referred to this section, which again is below target. Questions?
Yes, through the chair. The only thing to note here is that we didn't actually ask them why they haven't attended events, so I'm not going to be able to give you any information on that. We could surmise that younger people are less likely to attend some events like Opera in the Park, and in the online survey we had a higher proportion of younger people.
Any other questions? Councillor Noonan.
I'm probably more interested in this because it comes through my committee, but I think it's important to understand, again, it's like the art. Hello, Axel. It's like the art. I think we need to understand why people have these thoughts or views, and then we'll know what we need to do about it. So there's a little bit of stuff missing, and I don't know if Axel might want to comment on how we might best address this and improve our ratings and our satisfaction.
Something for your committee to do, I would suggest.
We can. If Axel would like to do that, just maybe he can comment if that's the best method.
Do you want me to answer through the chair? Do you want me to answer?
Yes, we do.
I can give you some comments. Mass Parade, Arts Festival are together, so I mean they're separated here because one is 100% community event. The Arts Festival is half of it is community, the other is ticketed events. Mass Parade is, the Arts Festival is in a transition mode. As you know, we are moving outside. And so there has been many opportunities identified to boost areas that are not, that are underrepresented in terms of audience. We would like to see more. We have tried this year in the Readers and Writers program to target youth. That's a long haul to change a perception, to change the program takes time. So there's been more focus on youth literature. Hasn't produced the results we wanted, but that doesn't mean we should stop now. It's something that we play on, that the Trust is going to play and push further on. Mass Parade, the result is actually good for a low year. So you may not know, but high schools and intermediate schools, they sort of alternate. This year was a low year, last year was a high year, but this year was still higher than 2 years ago. And that's due to a reevaluation and reassessment on how we deliver and how we engage with youth. There's good signals that it has worked, and so we hopefully are going to see an even better Mass Parade and Carnival next year. Summer Festival, the events, very hard to survey, so actually launching an inquiry to see what's the best way to, it's basically 6 events, 6 completely distinct events, different audiences, Nelson, the survey is about Nelsonians. We have a lot of people from Richmond, from the Tasman region. We have a lot of visitors to the region. So if surveying is only the Nelsonians, we miss out on all the others. Some have done some of these events are very focused on young families, and it's at the time of the year where many also go to see their relative elsewhere. So it is very hard to have a, based just on that, basically trying to find better tools to survey who is coming, who's not coming, what is the reason, and where do they come from? So capturing also people from Tasman, etc., is really critical at this moment.
Thank you. For the information of this committee, I can just relay that at Councillor Noonan's Community Services Committee, Brent Thorley was here presenting on behalf of the Nelson Festivals Trust Board, and he was not aware of these findings, these results, and he has taken it aboard as a challenge. So he will be, and his board will be working hard to turn these figures around if we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think just on the summer festivals events, I think that maybe we should be asking our residents if their guests went to our summer festival events, because I think probably the numbers can quite likely come out of that. So I don't know whether we're asking the right questions somewhat.
So I'd like to move now to recreation opportunities and facilities.
So the next measure was on satisfaction with libraries, and as you
Spinners
can...
area, they're all good ticks. No, yeah.
Yep.
Sorry.
And as you can see, we've met our target. Any questions?
That's a good result. Moving on.
The next area is parks and reserves, and there are two questions that were, or several questions that were asked. The first one is 80% or what the target was 80% or more satisfaction with the overall activity. And Rosie's here to answer any questions you might have on either that or the following one, which is recreational opportunities, which we were a little bit lower from, and there's a third measure that Rosie will speak to on swimming pools as well.
I'll give the opportunity to Councillor Skinner first as chairman of the appropriate committee. Any points you wish to make?
Yeah, how do they compare with previous years? And I see we're removing that measure from the LTP. I mean, they're very high, but the recreational opportunities is low, especially online survey, 53%. What do they class as a recreational opportunity? This is for like community activities, usage of our green spaces, etc.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. So use of our facilities as well, so open spaces and facilities.
Right.
And does that include swimming pools? Well, that's the next. That's the next question. Yeah, how does that compare to previous surveys?
So through the chair, if you want to have a look at the PowerPoint or the information's there, you can see previous years.
Very good. Thank you. You can look at that at your committee if you wish.
Yeah, and I'll go back to the library, even though it's not on my committee. What was the question? That seems very high, the satisfaction of the libraries, and that's for all. Yeah, well, we probably don't need to be spending more money on the libraries. The survey being satisfied, that's satisfied more than just the books.
Yes, so they asked a general, all the questions are quite high level general questions. How satisfied, dissatisfied are you with the services of the library? And if they say they're dissatisfied, then they can, or if they they're given the opportunity in most cases to also provide a comment on their reason for satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Just of note, I can let you know that people rated the libraries highly for reasons such as lovely, friendly staff. They thought the children's library was absolutely fantastic, a good selection of books, a welcoming environment. So reasons like that.
No, I'd concur from my own experience. That very good.
But thank you. Let's move on now to swimming pools. Trending down.
Yes, so you'll see that we have a target of 80% satisfied, very satisfied, and that we were sitting at 72% for that. Again, if you look at the next table, you can see it in comparison to other years. Some of the reasons that people gave for dissatisfaction was they felt that the facilities needed upgrading and improving, that they were either too small, too cold or too expensive, but Rosie's here to answer any more detailed questions.
Any questions on swimming pools? Moving on. Next item will be waste and recycling. Thank you, Rosie.
Oh, we can go to compost of waste if you'd like. And so this was really just to establish a baseline for the next year's surveys.
Any questions? No, we'll move on now to communications and consultation.
So the target in this area was at least 70% satisfied with opportunities to take part, and the second part was at least 70% about right amount of information. In respect of part B, we apologise, we just forgot to ask that question, so we have no information on that one.
Thank you. Pretty disappointing, actually. I've got questions from Councillor Noonan and Councillor Rutledge.
Look, thank you. 5.38, I was just interested in the older age group. Obviously, I wondered why they were more informed, and I'm just wondering whether they've got more time to research and have a look at things. But it does concern me because the communication consultation's not exactly glowing, is it? And I don't think that special housing areas have helped because there's no opportunity to actually do anything about the decisions. So maybe, I mean, we're stuck with policies.
Are you asking the question of
yes, I'm wondering
why would the older age group be? Yeah.
Wondering why the older group seem to be feeling more informed than the younger ones.
Any comment, Paul?
It's through the chair. It would be pure speculation because we didn't obviously delve down into the questions to get specifics of individuals. From, I suppose, anecdotal, we still produce the every fortnight the Al Nelson publication, which is very much targeted at that. The older demographics, those that do actually able to get the paper and sit down and read it. And younger age groups are often far more fragmented in terms of the mediums in which they use to gather their information, the different social media channels and things like that. So the younger the demographics, the more there are competing mediums to get their information. So it would be purely speculation though.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rutledge.
Thank you. So, in light of this not great result, what's the plan?
Good short question. Well done.
Through the chair, we have the one of the key elements of the plan is that we have the communications and engagement strategy going to the governance committee to get guidance from the governance level in terms of how council would like to be perceived and how they would like to communicate and engage with their with the residents. So, and that's was as per the last council meeting agreed to go to that committee, and we'll be going to a workshop in December.
Thank you, Councillor Ackland.
Well, it is interesting that it's been sliding in the last couple of years. It looks like, but it strikes me again as speculation. So I think that's the take home probably, but. It seems like this is one of those ones where it's a bit of give and take from both sides, where if people are naturally engaged, they're going to be hearing more than those who want it served up on a plate. So you're obviously aware of that, and is there any, following up on Councillor Rutledge, I mean, is there any way of getting around that hurdle, Google Ads or something to serve it up more?
Yeah, through the chair, we are definitely trying different mediums to reach people and engage with them. I suppose the key points to note is that the level of dissatisfaction has actually remained the same. Those blue and those reds over the last 3 years, they haven't really changed. It's the I don't know or the neutral element which has increased. And as I said, we are definitely trying different mediums and methods to try and reach people as much as we can. How we've communicated, or how do we communicate and engage with people now versus a year ago has changed quite significantly to try and reach those harder to reach areas.
Because presumably you run the risk of spending a lot of money on leading a horse to water that's already been led to that water.
And also we have to be mindful of these surveys are a snapshot in time. When the survey was taken, we were in the midst of Green Meadows and the dissatisfaction and residents who were voicing their opinion that they felt that they hadn't been engaged with appropriately for Green Meadows. And so that would have actually had a flow-on effect through the results of the survey.
Good point. Next on the list is Councillor McGurk, followed by Councillor Dahlberg. Yeah. Move on. Councillor McGurk?
Yeah, thanks for that. I was just wondering, in terms of the your MailChimp, the mail there, do you know what your network spread is like for that? For how many you send out and what the open rate is?
Through the chair, I could jump on and have a look. I suppose that's the beauty of MailChimp, that actually do get some very, very good metrics. I think our open rate is around about the 30% mark, which industry average is actually not too bad. So our database for our email newsletters is limited at the moment. We haven't pushed it to a great extent, although that is an area where we are going to be focusing on growing that email distribution moving forward.
And in terms of what sort of data are you getting from your Facebook and the social media?
Through the chair, the data that we're getting through the social media is that we're growing our reach fairly significantly. We probably, I'd have to get the exact data, but it's sort of 10%, 10 to 15% growth year on year in terms of our overall reach in terms of followers. It really depends on the content. If we do video content, our reach to the general market is far greater than just a text. So it is very variable depending on the message, and also just as social media works, it just spreads.
Just a quick question on engagement. What seems to engage your audience based on your MailChimp and your social media? What's the hook?
Yeah.
Is that a question you don't want to answer?
No, it's through the chair. Often the stuff that gets the huge engagement is a lot of the environmental programs work that we do. The Nelson Nature work, those videos, they get a huge amount of reach. Anything's on trees, heritage trees, or any works on trees, that gets a great reach. Even through just generic, send us your favourite picture of the sunset type thing. It is very broad. What you'd think would engage on one day doesn't engage on the next day.
Thank you. Councillor Dahlberg.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just picking up on that communication, also how they get that information on news. 219 sort of says there 42% wanted in newspaper articles. How does that work now that the readership's actually declining? What's the impact and how do we solve it?
Through the chair, unfortunately in the survey there wasn't a distinction or differentiation between newspaper articles and our Nelson newsletter, I don't believe. And so that it said newspaper articles including our Nelson. So in terms of the reach of the council publication that we send out, that reach is the same. Like, it's still getting to the same number of households because it is a free publication, as opposed to paid content or paid newspapers. So we continue to push out the free newsletter through the weekly publication on Nelson Weekly and through our 8-page standalone newsletter every month.
Final question from Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Paul.
Unless your worship has a question.
I do.
Paul, you have a very important job, and thank you very much for the job and your people do, because communication, as you know, is everything. It's very, very important. You said the survey, in answer to an earlier question, the survey was dropping down negatively because it coincided with the bad press, negative press around Green Meadows. So my question would be, what have you learned from that regarding communication over that issue? What do you think of the main lessons you've learned from that? Respect of communication and getting your message out. Should it have gone out earlier? Should it have been on the front foot? Were you a bit slow getting off the blocks? Just what do you think the reasons might have been?
Through the chair, I think the beauty of any situation is that we're learning all the time. In the communications area, you always learn because it's always evolving, and I think that's one of the things that I love about it, is that what worked last week doesn't necessarily work this week. In terms of that particular event, would we have liked to have been more on the front foot? I suppose we tried to be on the front foot as much as we could. We held press conferences. We did all sorts of things to try and get on the front foot as much as we could. And I suppose sometimes we do have to be a bit reactive, and that's not ideal. So it's in that situation, we tried to be as open and honest as we possibly could, and I think that worked the best it could at the given time. So, and we continue. I think one of the key learnings that we did do is the more information that we provide and actually be as open and transparent as possible, then that does to quell some of the disquiet that is out there. So we're obviously regularly updating our website with the Green Meadows page of what's going on, so people know and they can find the information and make it readily available. So, so yeah, it was, as I say, we're learning all the time. We're trying to do a better job every single time we possibly can.
Thank you for that, and we are too, I think, as councillors. We should have perhaps gone earlier, don't you think, on that one? Or is that a political question? Because you don't actually, we release the news, don't we? You get material and you deal with it as you're given it. So perhaps our lesson is that we might have gone earlier with that.
I think we're going to move on now, and Your Worship, have you got anything, a question or a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot of things that have happened earlier with Green Meadows councillors, I think, that I'm responding to just in terms of the changes to the local government act. So, Paul, I'm interested in whether this is a trend that we're seeing across the country, because remember we're now in a position in terms of long-term plans where we don't consult on everything. Audit are quite restrictive on what we do consult on, and when it comes to the annual plan process now, it is a far leaner process than what we used to do, because we're dealing with exceptions. Do you think that's having any influence on what on these, how people feel engaged?
Through the Chair, most definitely. I think that's a very valid point, is that especially when this particular wording in the survey was the opportunity to engage, and if people with the annual plan process, when you're reporting no exceptions, people want to have their say on what matters to them, and if that's not one of the exceptions, then that makes it they feel that they may not have the opportunity like they should. So. And it's not to say that we don't, and I'm sure all councillors you're aware, is that you all listen to your to the residents and ratepayers all the time, and that they do have an opportunity. I suppose it's just that more formal means.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, could I just ask that perhaps Paul does some thinking about what these questions need to be in the future, to actually reflect what it is we're trying to drive through our community and engagement strategy. And I just think these results today, that you're getting today, absolutely reinforce why it is important that we have that communications and engagement strategy. I just want to thank the members of the committee that supported that process, because engagement and communication needs to happen in a far broader range of methods than just through the old traditional, we go to seek submissions on long-term plans and annual plans, because that is one very, very narrow mechanism now for engagement and consultation. And Paul, if I could just ask through you, Mr. Chair, that when we have our workshop, I think you can tell from the questions you've got today that you better be coming with some data and metrics, because we're really, really interested in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move to the deciding, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you want to move on. I'm sitting here wrestling with an issue that won't go out of my mind, and it's this: that with the greatest of respect to council and its decisions, I'm wrestling with why on earth you would not want to survey transport as an area that is of significant interest to the community, as is subject to a major review within the next 12-month period. How will you know whether that review is having any impact? It's got 8 significant improvements contained in the LTP itself, let alone the fact that there's a statement that work programs are in place to improve satisfaction in low-scoring areas, which is one of these. Why on earth would council drop that as a survey measure? Thank you.
Through the chair, it's not that we won't be surveying on transport. There are a number of different measures that will be surveyed on. It's just finding the best question to ask to get the most useful information. And that was part of the process that was gone through at the time of the long-term plan when all of those measures and targets were set.
I hope, Mr. Peters, that we do that carefully, because even if we don't like what we get, we need to know what is happening. So I'm sorry, I think that...
Regarding the actual recommendation.
Yep, we're moving to the recommendation now.
I'm just got a query over the second part, which notes the actions planned, which were outlined in the report.
I think Ms McDonald will ensure that the actions that are in the report and the actions that have been recorded here today will be incorporated into that.
Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to know, so the ones that were talked about will be incorporated. That was exactly what I needed.
You can safely move that and
I will be happy to do that, knowing that will happen.
Yep,
thank you.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Courtney. Now, are there any further discussion? Councillor Walker, you're looking?
Yes.
No? Your Worship.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak, just following up from Mr. Peters' comment and really reinforce the importance of drilling down on some of these topics. Understanding in the transport section and getting that information back is critically important, because actually having a dissatisfaction measure here is incredibly important for the Regional Transport Committee in its negotiations with NZTA. So we've been working very hard to secure additional funding for walking, cycling, and particularly for public transport, for expanding our services and dealing with issues like fare box recovery. And actually this sort of information, as long as it's robust, is extremely helpful for helping with those negotiations. So we'll certainly be stepping back into that arena, trying to add services and receive additional funding for these categories. And this gives us a basis for making that, entering into those discussions with NZTA. So just absolutely support Mr. Peters and his desire to see a strong emphasis in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Wish. I couldn't agree more. We have to use these figures. We have to be realistic about what our public are actually doing and what we are learning about. Now, I'm ready. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Councillor Newton, you're the mover. Do you want to have right of reply?
I can go last if anybody else wants to speak.
No other speakers? Right of reply then?
Thank you. Look, I'm supporting this being received, making the notes that are required. I do wonder when I read this whether the sampling pool is actually large enough, 400. I don't know. I don't know whether it's going to be difficult to get more people, but we've got to engage. We have got to find out what's not working. It's really important, probably more important to find out what's not working. It's like a relationship, isn't it? If it's not working, you really should just find out why and fix it. So I'd be very interested in knowing more information on the things that we are perceived to not be achieving as well as we should. I've just got notes that I just think that we need to dig deeper to understand what those are.
Thank you.
And to communicate better with our community in different ways, and maybe we need to be more innovative about how we're going to do that.
Sure.
So the challenge is there for the staff, but it's also there for us to interact with our community as we do our day-to-day things. So I'm happy to support that.
Thank you, Councillor Noonan. It's just past 1 o'clock. I'm going to complete this item, and then we're going to go to lunch. We've got Nelmac coming at 1:30. Rachel, I hope you're having fun feeding Teddy at the moment or something like that. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour will say aye. Aye. Against no, aye. It's carried. Thank you, Mayor Rachel and everyone. Adjourn for lunch. We'll be back at just after 1:25, ready for Nelmac. to deal with part 3 of the exclusion of the public resolution on Melmac. I'll call for someone to move that resolution. Been moved by Councillor Dahlberg and seconded by Councillor Courtney. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Right, we're in public excluded. We'll just shut the door.
We just need to do the resolution for them to stay.
And I will ask for the mover and seconder to add to the motion that, that Mr Gunn and Mr Babe be authorised to stay for this part of the meeting. Is it happy to do that?
Thank you.
And I'll put that as well. All in favour, please say aye. Against, no. Carried. Thank you. of what was prepared, and I think the preparations and the reporting that's coming to this committee and this report is good as well. So it's there. I think I put a lot of text to it as I went through. And our presenter today for this is going to be Tracy.
Is it? No.
That's Nikki?
Yes, but most of the financial items, Tracy will speak to it. My name's on it, but I'll present it.
Well, in the absence of Nikki McD and Tracy, Nikki.
Through the chair, I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Right, we're open for questions. Mr. Courtney?
I'm curious to know, through you to Nikki, about 4.7 there, these 52 LOGMA requests. Are they large? Is that a larger number than normal, or is it pretty much average?
Through the chair, sorry, I don't have the figure for a previous period, but I would say we are getting a large number, and certainly anecdotally it seems that this year we've had more than in previous years, but I can check the previous figures for you.
Oh, I'm just curious, and I just wonder if it's a small number of people lodging a large number of requests, or it's 52 individuals. I find that
through the chair, there's certainly some individuals who have a great many Legoimas, so a large proportion of that I think would be repeat requesters.
I would like to know who they are.
Councillor Noonan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, we do have access to those. My question is on the same item. How much is it costing us to actually fulfil the Legoima requests? Is it a full-time position for a staff member?
Through the chair, we have one part-time person who is mainly focused on Legoima, but then we also involve our legal services team, and then the actual legwork of finding the information and providing the answers is actually spread around the organisation depending on the nature of the question. So it is a big resource issue for the organisation, but that's part of our openness and transparency.
So just to clarify that, it comes under the, on page 226, that comes under the cost of democracy. Does it come from that part of the budget?
Through the chair, it would be costed against different areas, because if it's in the parks team, then the staff time involved in collating responses would be a cost there. So some of it.
Say parks team.
Well, I'm giving an example. We have a lot of questions around the brook, and so the parks team spend a lot of time investigating those. So the costs are spread. Yes, there's some under cost of democracy, but that wouldn't capture all of it.
So just to be crystal clear, does that, if it was the brook, for instance, does it come out of the budget that Councillor Skinner controls?
Through the chair, it mostly comes out of staff costs.
Right,
so it's mostly a time cost.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rutledge.
Thank you. I note that there's quite a lot of items, where we're at page 235, lots of things not measured yet. When do we expect this report to be sort of catching up, and so we've got a full report where everything is being measured?
Through the chair, I mean, the requirement is to measure them all by the end of the year. So some items will only be measured, you can only do one count, if it were. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Councillor Dahlberg and Councillor Courtney. Oh, Councillor Courtney again, is it? Yeah. Councillor
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, page 232 and 233, we have Civic House. Both of them, and I noticed the project's on hold. I noticed the time was in red, so are we able to have an update? What's going on there?
Are you finished?
Through the chair, I mean, that project's just been on hold, put on hold while we assess our accommodation requirements.
And there's two or three results like that. Next questioner, is there any? Mr. Peters and Councillor Courtney.
If I may, it's just a follow-on question to Councillor Dahlberg's. Have those projects not yet started? They've been put on hold before commencement, or have they started and are suspended partway through?
So through the chair, the floor one upgrade was not started, but there'd been quite a lot of scoping, and I think we had actually tendered it. So there's been quite a lot of design work done, but no physical works have been done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mr Chair. On 5.8, I was just wondering on page 227, when does that contract commence? When does it start with TDC and NRDA? And what notice was given by TDC to the NRDA?
Section 5.
So through the chair, my understanding is the commencement of this changed relationship where the funding is going directly to the NRDA rather than via this council is effective from the 1st of July this year. In terms of how much notice was given, I'm not entirely aware.
In this year that we're in?
Yes.
Oh dear.
Right. Councillor Rutledge.
Thank you, and we've got the Chair of Forestry here, so it might be helpful. 5.12, Forestry is ahead of budget, which I guess means unfavourable to budget.
If you look at the graph on page 226, you'll see it's revenue way up.
Yes, way up. And so my question there is that expected to stabilise over the year, or are we expecting our forestry account to be massively unfavourable to budget throughout the year?
Who would like to address that? Forestry income's got to drop off at some time. Mr Murray, would you like to address it as it comes into your portfolio?
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it's a very good question. What I can say is that midway through last year, we had a look at the forestry, the 5-year plan in terms of when we're harvesting. We brought the harvests forward a bit so that we're expecting a large volume to be coming out this financial year. And hopefully we're going to beat that wall of wood that's coming past that over the next couple of years. So it drops off quite dramatically, not this year, but next year and the year after. And take a maximum advantage of the good market conditions that we're currently experiencing. Having said that, I'm not 100% sure what's in the budget, so I don't quite know why we're ahead of budget because we anticipated that, and I'm not quite too sure why we're ahead in the unbudgeted harvest cost, which we'll see at 5.12. When I raised that question earlier this week around that, it was more around, well, I understand it was more around timing of when things were happening. In the forestry as opposed to when the budget was said it should happen, so there's a bit of a timing difference. Unfortunately, I picked my agenda papers up tomorrow, which has the detailed report of what's happened in the quarter in there, but I suspect based on what we know about the forestry, we're going pretty well.
Okay, and second question is probably a more general one that's raised by that. Do we rephase our budgets throughout the year and do those then get reflected into these reports, or is this sort of as it gets signed off in the annual plan and it doesn't shift from there? Like if we all of a sudden know that we are going to be spending a lot more, does that get reflected in a rephase into the budget or not?
Through the chair, the budgets are phased initially, depending on when at that point, at the beginning of the year, when we believe that expenditure or revenue will occur, but we don't rephase it after that because it would just be continually reporting against a moving target and you wouldn't have reliable results. So we do a 12-month phased budget, but that's pretty much set, and obviously from there, if there are council decisions that increase or decrease those budgets, those are reflected, but not rephased again.
Okay, thank you. And final question, we're obviously spending a lot because we're cutting down a lot of trees. Does that mean there'll be a corresponding balance with a whole lot of income coming in from the forestry? Yeah.
So through the chair, that's reflected in the over, in 5.6 we're over, but there'll be some slightly time variations between when we cut it and when we actually get the income in, so that'll be what's creating that variance.
Thank you.
Very good. Mr Peters, I just wondered if, as Chair of the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee, this is the first time you've seen one of these coming through to a committee that you've been at. Any comments?
No, I mean, just on a general basis, thank you for the opportunity there, Mr. Chairman, but on a general basis, I am glad to see these come through, and I'm glad to see the committees engaging with them. As I was reading through this, one of the only things that struck me was some consistency would be good in using forestry as an example, because I think in 5.6, income is ahead by 515, and then in 512, harvesting costs of 678. And that's two ways of expressing it. So on the face of it, you'd look as though it was costing you 675 to make 515. And it would be useful to have ahead of budget by this amount and ahead of budget by that amount, rather than a finite figure in one and a comparative figure in the other. If that makes sense.
It makes sense, and in fact, that's a very similar point was raised in the Community Services Committee, and staff have undertaken to standardise.
But I mean, I mean, that's just something about in terms of reflection and clarity for committee members. But I am glad to see it, and I think moving to this quarterly report has been an excellent thing. I look forward to getting reports from other committee chairs as well.
Your Worship, have you any comment you'd like to make, Your Worship?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's all clear.
Very good. Do we have someone move this report be received? Moved by Councillor Luna, second by Mr. Peters. Thank you very much. I'll put it to all those who are in favour to say aye. Against, no, carry.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Now we go to... We need to move back in public excluded. It's been moved by Councillor Skinner this time and seconded by Councillor Ackland. All those, and for the reasons stated on the recommendation. Aye. Aye. All those in favour?
Aye.
Yes. No. Thank you. We're back in public excluded. The doors have been closed and the notices are put up. And